Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome. Happy Saturday. Who's all here? Dark Rift, Sam Hain, Deninja, Al Pennington, Ragadom, Power Down, Callum. Welcome, everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday. I hope you're as excited as I am to start this tremendous journey. Look at all these delicious pictures. There's the hype train. There it is. Such as it is. Best Bestie, registered trademark, Megami Infinity. Hello, welcome. Welcome, everyone. I hope you've got your sign that says fuck and a big jug of eggnog. Welcome. Yeah, there's a few teeth and tongue images in here. There's a few images I don't even remember the prompts of. Sorting the Dentu-Ethian. Many, many things from ages present and past. Hello, DJ Bacon Blade. That is just Snacks and Jackson, isn't it? Cyberpunk Chav Caillou. Babar. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Let me run the blaster. There we go. Now I need to align this. I need to focus this. I have a funny story about this game. I've actually been intending to stream this game for quite a long time. I can't tell if it's more or less in focus from here. Okay, here we go. Focus. I guess that's about as in focus as it'll get. This one, I can sum up Phantasy Star 3. It's thin. It's a long game. It has a lot of it's a long game. It has a lot of there's a large number of story beats over the course of the game, and it splits up, right? There's the different generation stuff. And as a result... Hey, No Rue, good morning. Hills of Gold, welcome. As a result of that, combined with a very short development time, a very strict cartridge size budget, a low production budget, and an inexperienced team who wasn't used to making RPGs like this, it ended up being... It was not competent at the time. It was a huge disappointment at its time, right? Phantasy Star 2 is better and more complete in a lot of ways. This game was very ambitious and did not have the funding or the expertise to back it up. However, that doesn't mean the game is necessarily bad all the way through. It's just you have to use your imagination to fill in the parts of the game that they couldn't reasonably produce in the time and technical capacity that they had. There's basically, like, it took a long time for Sega to produce their first RPG. And when they did, it was fantastic, right? Phantasy Star. I don't know if that's Sega's first RPG, but it was a big flagship product for them, right? Phantasy Star 1 was a big flagship product. It was built by fucking mega geniuses. It did things with the hardware that nobody had thought possible or ever did since. Even on more powerful hardware, I don't think there's been a better, I don't think there has been a better dungeon experience. Right? The smooth scrolling, the efficiency of it all, and all of that on a Sega Master System with a Z80 processor. Absolutely wild. But Phantasy Star 1 took a long time. From Sega getting into video games to Phantasy Star 1 was a very long time. And when they were building Phantasy Star 1, they spent a lot of... They went kind of all out on it, as far as I can tell. I would have to do more research. But, like, they had really ambitious and powerful programmers on it. They had attention to detail and story. It was a big cart, and it was priced high. It was 50% more expensive than other games at the time, running close to $50. If I recall correctly, it was about $45 at a time when games in my area were about $30. It was expensive, and it was a big deal. It looked different, and it played different, and it was just... It absolutely blew away the competition at the time it was released, at least in North America. Hey, it's your boy Jay. How's it going? Welcome. Actually, on time Saturday gaming, believe it or not. This is when I would normally want to start a stream. I'd like my streams to run from about 1 p.m. Eastern to maybe like 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern. So that hasn't been the case. That hasn't been the reality of it for many, many, many months now. So it is early compared to where my schedule has been, but it's hard to relate that my schedule has been late so much. But Phantasy Star 2 came out fairly quickly after 1, right? Phantasy Star 2 was hot on the heels of 1, and they used it as a launch title for their new... Not launch title, but I think shortly after launch. It was like first wave game for the Genesis. And it came out hot on the heels of Phantasy Star 1, because Phantasy Star 1 was a late Master System game. Phantasy Star 2 was a very early Genesis game. And then this game followed on, like, very quickly after. I think half the time passed between... Let's have a look. I don't want to misspeak on this. So let's have a look. It was very close to it. It was very shortly after the console launched. By year. Yeah, 87, 89, 90. So half the amount of time, and let's see if we can get more information on this. So, according to Moby Games, which I'm not actually going any further to source. Oh, they've hidden ASIN IN13 and region codes now. Log in, register to view. That's cool. Folks, Moby Games sucks dick. Like, in a bad way. Not like the good way that is desirable. So, December 20th, 1987 for Phantasy Star. March 21st, 1989 for Phantasy Star 2. And April 21st, 1990 for Phantasy Star 3. But then here's the interesting thing. Phantasy Star 4 was released in December of 1993. December 1993. So we have a little under 2 years. We have a little over a year. And then we have, like, three and a half years. So this game had the shortest development cycle of any of the Phantasy Star games. It had the lowest budget. They fit it on a tiny, teensy tiny little ROM. This game was a budget release in the middle of a flagship series. And yet, compared to the other games, it has the biggest scope, right? So let's see. In North America, I wanted to double check this. November 88 for Phantasy Star, 1990 for Phantasy Star 2, and 1991 for Phantasy Star 3, and then 1994 for Phantasy Star 4. So again, right, it's unknown amount of lead time for Phantasy Star 1, but like a presumably large amount of time because the quality of the game is so high. Phantasy Star 2 comes 2 years after that, Phantasy Star 3 a year after that, and then Phantasy Star 4 another 3 years after 3. So it was the shortest development time, and the least experienced team, it was just a disaster, this game. The circumstances surrounding its production. I think its premise is good. A lot of people are like, oh, it's shit because it doesn't blah, 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 and this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, if you think that this game isn't important in the, like, Phantasy Star cycle, you haven't played it. You haven't finished it. So, it's not just a side story. It's not some throwaway thing, and it does have really important connotations for the storyline. At least the original quadrilogy of games. That said, it has a lot of interesting things, and it tried to do a lot of stuff. Yeah, I have previously finished this game to every ending. So, hey Dark Max, hey Draconic Dude, hey oh you wouldn't believe me. Also, hey Night Sprites, welcome. But this game got a shitty deal when it was first released. It got screwed over. And I think that, like, there are some legitimately good ideas here. I think that they tried to do quite a lot with it. And to some extent they succeeded. To some extent they made a very interesting game. But also it's, you know, it's not a very well polished game. It's not a very complete game. Like it's done. You can finish it 4 times, but it also like it's just a little thin, right? Hey Holtzy, hey Bloody Cactus. Let me gather some documents here. Loop, loop. We're going to get the US stuff. Yeah, we're going to get this. Well, I think part of the problem, right, Naru, is that, like, the art... I think that the art and stuff that's in the game is fine. It's reasonable. It's reasonable quality for the time that it was released. I think it's what is there is a step above other games at the time in terms of execution. The problem is there isn't enough of it. Things aren't animated. They almost immediately go to palette swaps, and there are a lot of palette swaps. There's a lack of thematic coherency in the game, right? You run into weird monsters that have no explanation. In contrast to Phantasy Star 1, you walk around Palma in the plains. It's usually very non-threatening, and the monsters there kind of represent that. They're wildlife almost, right? You go into the forests or into the more dangerous areas near the ocean, and you start running into more anthropomorphic and more dangerous stuff. You go to the other planets, and monsters get more dangerous, and you can talk to monsters and interact with them in ways that's not just combat. Phantasy Star 2, right, has these different arcs of the biomonsters, the biomonster threat from the labs, the robots, and the way that the overworld changes so that now you're fighting robots instead of biomonsters, because the biomonster threat was eliminated, and now it's something else. There's also like different areas have different thematic stuff, and Phantasy Star 3, like you go into like some dipshit cave outside of town, and there's like this giant dude with a third eye flexing his muscles with a column on his head. Where does it come from? It doesn't really. There's no explanation. There's no thematic consistency. The art assets are kind of just dumped in there and then left. They do the thing again where, like, in certain circumstances, your opponents in this story arc are robots because of a thing that's happening, and so now you're fighting robots, but the robots don't make a whole lot of sense. It's like a signpost with testicles and like some just giant floating circuit board that wibbles at you, right? So a lot of like the quality of the art that's in the game, the extant stuff that's there, viewed objectively, is quite good. The problem is there isn't enough of it. and none of it's animated very well. And like the one town graphic that they have is fine, but that's the only one they have, and every town looks identical. Compare that with Phantasy Star 1 again, right? Phantasy Star 1, you go into a town and like, hey, it looks different than even on the same planet. There's like Kamenit, which looks like a kind of gated off, protected residential thing. And then you go to Scion and it's like, it's very clearly different. And you go to Gothic and it's, you know, it's a rundown poor village. And you see that there's these different like socioeconomic status things going on, and there's a lot more depth to the world just by the town graphics and the way they present the people in them. And then you go to the like remote villages where they're more self-sufficient and people aren't poor there, but the buildings are still smaller and more Spartan, right? And then you go to Matavia, and Matavia has the central like what's the word I'm looking for? Like central government place, right? And then you go outside of that and it's a very desolate thing, but then you encounter these villages. There's like the gas village and they're all fucked up and the buildings are crumbling, but there's also like the town on the lake and the other town where they're like kind of getting by, right? So there's all of this different spectrum of presentation across different places, and Phantasy Star 3 lacks that because every single town uses the same tile set. And in part, that's a space-saving mechanism because they wanted to save cost on cartridge and ROM. And second, right, it's a limitation of the time, budget, and talent that they had to produce the game. Right? They had probably one artist who could create good background tiles, and they were like, we need you to create all of this stuff. And so the focus would be breadth first because, you know, we need one town, we need one dungeon, we need one overworld. Okay, we got all of those. All right, now can we do a snow overworld? Because we're supposed to have like a snow and a desert. Okay, cool. Can we do another dungeon tile set? We want like a cyber dungeon and like a dirt dungeon. Okay, cool. All right, we're out of time. And so that one artist did all of that stuff, and they never got to circle back around to the town and add, you know, oh, we want the lion towns to look different from the Arakian towns and so on, right? Like that would have been so fucking cool if they had the time and the budget and the talent to do that, right? Imagine you go to a town and you're like, I know I'm in a different place. I know I'm in some alien culture now to what I was originally introduced to, because all the buildings are different, because all of everything in this area is different. The sign for the weapon shop looks different even, right? It's clearly a weapon shop because it's got a bow on it, but that's different than the sword I usually see, right? That kind of stuff would go a long way to differentiate it. They used palette swapping extensively, just in like the absolute cheapest manner. Hello, Pizzadri Arts. Welcome. Before we start on the game, we are going to collect some documents for it, which I've done while we were talking. We're going to make a new folder called PS3. Put those documents in there, but I can find them later. Hey, Amiga Gamer. How's it going? Now, before I reallocate this image source, all right, let's see. Where were we? Yes. It is the muscle wizard from Solstice. First, let's have a look at this, which was in the box when you get game. Find the side. What's the secret? Generations of Doom hint book. What's the secret truth about Arachio and Laia? Who's that mysterious woman who washed up on Landon's shore months ago? What evil villain kidnapped Lyle's daughter Thea? Shed some light on the subject. A 122-page player's guide that provides hundreds of helpful hints and strategies. Mighty useful for a game that has tremendous play value through 7 characters and 4 different endings. Hints will help guide you through the trials. Strategies for equipping characters using spells and defeating monsters. Color maps of towns, caverns, castles, and dungeons. We're going to be using the hint book. This game is too long for me to, like, want to do it blind again. I've already beaten this game once in the past. I do not feel the need to make it any harder than it needs to be. Phantasy Star 3 Generations of Doom. This is the map that came with the game. Now, again, good print, but the assets here are the problem, right? It's just a very basic printout of, like, of the maps of the world, and then, like, the single piece of art that was used as a basis for the intro scroll start stuff, right? And I think one of the endings, it's very minimal in design. Very little effort was put into producing this, and then, like, it's not just some van art. That the background of this is actually important. There's more weight behind this image than you might think. And that ties into some of the endings, so I won't spoil it. But the rest of it, right? The composition of it. The maps are super minimal. They're not helpful at all. They're little more than what you get in game in terms of helpfulness and stuff. Now, there is one thing here that I find very interesting. No, it would, right? It would, but it is important to the game. It's not just some van art. It could be bitchin' van art, but it isn't just van art. It is important. So you'll notice there is something interesting here on this map. They put information on some of the areas. Only one of the spheres has anything filled in. And of that, it only has like 3 caves, 3 of these things, and like 3 towns. The resolution here isn't sufficient, but like they are like distinguishable where stuff is. Anyway. Now, This is the part that I need to do because I don't fucking remember how to play this game, and it's actually going to be important to be able to play it well. Playing the game well will get me through it faster, and it's a very, very long game. Phantasy Star 3 Generations of Doom role-playing games instruction manual. I think this is probably the weakest Phantasy Star cover art in the US. It relates to one story, but like not even like the most important one. It's kind of like, I think it's a second generation throwaway kind of thing. If I recall correctly, and like it doesn't represent the game itself very well at all. I disagree with that, Dark Max. I disagree with that. I think all of the other fantasy... Well, actually, hold on. Hold on, I gotta look at something. We gotta look at 4. I gotta look at 4. I don't recall... I don't recall the differences in cover art for Phantasy Star 4. I'm not very familiar with it. Okay, Phantasy Star 4 also kind of sucks. It's very Ease 3. But Phantasy Star 1 and 2 at least are like are fucking sick. Sick as hell. A lot of people, like, here's the thing. People will go out of their way to cherry pick examples where where US art is worse. And, like, there's the whole TurboGrafx library for that, right? The TurboGrafx library is so bad, I think it's some kind of conspiracy to fuck it up. To tank the TurboGrafx in the US. But then look at, like, Phantasy Star. Golvelius. Magic of Scheherazade, right? There's tons of cases that we can look at where US cover art was fucking sick. Breath of Fire, right? A lot of it, even actually, in my opinion, a lot better than and more interesting than a kind of homogenized style that many of the games had in Japan, right? So there's a lot of cases where I think the Japanese cover art is boring and very similar to each other. And in some cases, the US cover art was able to break from that. But there's a mixture of it, right? Some of it was good, some of it was bad, but it's not most anything, right? Except for the TurboGrafx library, which mostly sucks. It's like airbrushed dipshit stuff that somebody's cousin did. But this is not a good one. This is not a good one. This is it's like, it's monochromatic. Suspiciously like, hey, look at that. He sure does, doesn't he? Add that to the list. But, like, here's the thing, right? From a design perspective, right? From a design perspective, this cover art isn't great. For a few reasons, right? One, it's monochromatic. It's all blues and purples. There's very little differentiation in color here. It doesn't really speak to action unless you actually start digesting it, until you've already noticed it and you're looking at what the image contains. And when the image is this big, right? Here's my hand, right? On the cart, right? So when the image is small, when the image is the size that it is on the cart or the game box or the manual or in an advertisement, you have to do, the viewer, have to do a lot of work to start unpacking why, like, a fucking like skull dude shooting lasers out of his nipples against a guy in a staircase to nowhere. You have to start considering why that's cool, right? You have to have already started, like, you have to have already started working on unpacking it. But, right, and it's purple wasn't particularly associated with Phantasy Star to begin with. They decided to go with this like purple theme in the US, and like it's underwhelming, right? Compare it to the Shining in the Darkness box art. Compare it to the Phantasy Star 2 box art. Compare it to the Phantasy Star 1 box art. And it's like, this is the weakest yet, right? But it's possible, Taters Games. But I think part of this is there's not very much going on in this image either, right? There's one battle of a single dude versus a single villain. We don't see the hero, right? We don't have a hero to identify with. The environment is super Spartan, right? It's a stone staircase in the middle of a sky with like a planet and a galaxy in the background and like some unidentified metal spheres. Now, if you're very astute, you can actually pick out what this means from the game. But as a casual, like as passerby, right? It's missing something to draw me in. Where's the world, right? Where's the fucking like gas mask fucking robed dude with the staff that's on the cover of Phantasy Star 1? The like cat with the like weird fang batleth thing. Where's the fucking dude with the rifle and the like pointy ear elf girl and the like weird fucking mutant ants and shit and the like domed city in the background from Phantasy Star 2? None of that's here, right? So this image is very Spartan. It's very it doesn't have a lot to draw you in, right? I passed over fantasies. I was a huge fan of Phantasy Star 1 and Phantasy Star 2, and I missed that this game was released because I walked right by it in stores as a kid, right? So there's a lot to unpack from this image, and I think it was an unfortunate choice. Like, consider, right? I think is it the pilot episode of Cowboy Bebop where they're in some like artificial city or something, and there's like this farming community and they're flying over it, and there's a lot of shots of like the juxtaposition of like artificial, like an artificial environment that's still like plant life and stuff like that, and then high technology encapsulating it, right? Think about that kind of imagery. Think about how much cool shit they could have done with the theme of the colony ship. Think about how much cool shit they could have done with like Laia and Arakio without revealing any of the like parts of the game. Think of how cool they could have done it with like all of the ensemble cast of the even the first generation, but of the multiple generations. Why not lean into that, right? So that's something that I think, again, right? Like, they could have done a lot better job with this. I think in this case, the Japanese cover art does a better job because it... Here. Okay. The Sega Retro page has, like... the Sega Retro page has like all the item stats in it for some reason. Oops. Downloads. Oh, way up. We can take a look at the Japanese cover art, which, again, even the Japanese cover art, I don't think is like... I don't think it's one of the strongest. Right? But here, right? At least here we see the protagonist. We see his face. We see an orb. You know, like... We see an orb. We see, like... He's got some weird pistol sword or sword with a trigger on it. Right? There's some stuff going on, right? And like, it's still very Spartan, right? It's one character illustration, nothing in the background. On the back of the box, there's like the two characters, and really no background here, right? So it's a very strange situation for both cases. Now, while we're talking about this, let's contrast very quickly the U.S. and Japanese Phantasy Star 2 cover arts. So here's a Japanese Phantasy Star 2 cover art. Right? Now, I think this art is interesting, and it's much cooler than what's going on in Phantasy Star 3, except for, like, the illustrations are of lesser quality, right? I mean, Rolf has his eyes closed. He's asleep. But, like, I don't think the illustrations are as of good quality here, but look at the composition. The city, the fucking evil dude in the background. Nay in this, like, weird cyber dimension, right? There's a lot going on in the composition, in the backgrounds, and all of this stuff, right? There's a lot more to it than Phantasy Star 3, despite Phantasy Star 3 having a higher quality illustration for the one character, you know, that's shown on the front cover. Here's the US cover art. Now, the back, different style here. The back focuses specifically on gameplay and description. That's common for US stuff. Back cover art wasn't a common thing at this time, and probably would have been looked on with suspicion. Why aren't they showing gameplay? But let's take a look at this image, right? There's a fuck ton of shit going on here. It's not relative to the game, right? I mean, it is. It is exactly a bunch of stuff that occurs in the game. Just, it's not represented the way that it is in the game, right? We have Rolf, we have Nay, we have the, like, mutant ants, we have the cyber police, we have the dome, like, we have the like, futuristic cities, we have the, it's not for no reason, Taters Games. Consider that it's an interpretation of something described by someone, because you can't just transport art in 1989, right? You can't just be like, "Yeah, let me just email you the file." That didn't work. You couldn't get high resolution, high quality art from one place to another like that. You had to spend possibly hundreds of dollars to ship to make reproductions and ship them across the Pacific Ocean. So but part of it is, right, like, Ney has these, like, what are supposed to be ears, but at the time, that might not be the interpretation that an artist makes of it, having never seen the game before and not having seen it again, right? So, like, oh, like, this person has, like, horns or something. Cool. That's what we're gonna go with that, right? They made a decision, they put it in the art. I think that's fine. I think that's not something to... Right? I think that's not... Because, again, right? Like, the giant pointy fucking elf ears that World of Warcraft normalized were not commonplace at this time, right? To the West, elf ears was like... The ear had, like, a little point. It was the, like, Lord of the Rings movie elf ears, right? That was the, like, the common representation in the West until... I guess maybe like the Shining series, like the Camelot games, were those the first to do that as a kind of a commonplace thing that was popular in the West, right? It was not commonplace. So, like, an artist or someone seeing that in passing and being like, hey, like, do a big painting for this, we're gonna put it on the cover. They'll be like, okay, cool, yeah, all right, yeah, she's got horns, and the dude's got, like, a rifle or something, and there's, like, these cyber things and ants and stuff. Cool, got it, gonna go do it. And then they went off and did the thing because they had relatively large creative freedom. But again, right, they actually included a lot of elements of the game in this, right? There's, like, searchlights and shit going on in the background there. There's, like, the... Mother Brain is featured on this, right? Like, they put fucking Mother Brain in the cover art, and you don't realize what it means until you've actually played and finished the game, right? Like, you don't realize the significance of this. There's fucking Noah in there. Is that what it's called? Noah, the ship, right? The Earthling ship is in there. Like, there's a lot of fucking detail and a lot of stuff to unpack here. And it's all relevant to the game, really. Right? And it's not portrayed in the style that the game is, but I think that's totally fine. I think that's a totally fine thing to do. Ah, thank you. Yeah, the full art is fucking sick. Like... It's just a wild, wild piece, and I think it stands out, right? And it's very cool. But this doesn't, right? It doesn't stand out. It doesn't have cool details in it beyond, like, one mid-villain of the game. It doesn't have the protagonist in any form, right? That dude with the scimitar there, like, isn't related to the game in any way. I don't know who that is, right? It's got fucking Skeletor. And then, like, you've got the colony ship at the top, but, like, it's unrecognizable in that way, right? There's nothing about the meat of the game in this. And it's also, like, basically monochromatic. It's basically monochromatic and, like, you know, it kind of sets the tone for a lot of what we're going to see. That, like, they kind of didn't They didn't have a lot of time or money to spend on this. This wasn't a priority for Sega at this time. Generations of Doom. Today's your big day. You're marrying Maya, the mysterious woman you found on the shores of your father's kingdom. As you and Maya walk up the aisle, a winged dragon grabs your bride and disappears. This is the tragic start. What seems to be a never-ending journey into a world of loathsome creatures and wicked souls. Explore 7 danger-ridden worlds as you fend off mutated beasts with swords, knives, and bows. Transform into an arrow jet and fly over mountain peaks and lifeless deserts. Turn into an aqua skimmer and cross the blue oceans. Or become a submersible and dive into a sunken palace. Live through 3 generations in this epic adventure and find out what lies behind the realm of terror. Only you determine which of the 4 endings you'll experience. Notice, compared to Phantasy Star 1 and Phantasy Star 2, this is fucking bullshit. They're just describing the features of the game. They're describing literally the opening 2 minutes of the game and its features. This is back of the box talk, not the start of an epic RPG. Again, compared to Phantasy Star 1 and 2, it's weak. All right. Cancel, close, continue conversation. Talk to people, stand in front of chests to open them. Phantasy Star 1, you mean where it describes the backstory of the backstory of the current political situation and how the king got corrupted? It's pretty much the same thing that's in the Japanese manual, isn't it? It gives context to the world, and it leads well into the part that starts the game with the opening cutscene, right? The opening modal cutscene, I should add. So, there was, here's this here's this solar system, and, here's how things are going, and then, the king went from being a, very kind king to getting corrupted somehow, and, people are being oppressed, and a group of people are trying to fight, they're subverting the government, right? They're the word I'm looking for, not infiltrating, but they set the world up for you, right? They actually give you backstory to understand what state the world is in. And yeah, space taxes are too high as part of it, but I think that's kind of a very narrow focus on what makes the rest of that story intro very good, is that they set the tone. They go into it as little detail as needed to get their message across, but also enough detail that you can feel that it's a real place, that it is something that people inhabit, not turn into a sub. This is very much this is an elevator pitch, not the start of a story. Anyway, you have 2 saved games. You can save 2 games in this cartridge that lasts 3 generations and has 4 endings. Disc guy are sick. Thank you for the 80 bits. What do we got?
Taco omelet.
Taco. It looks pretty good, honestly. Got some pico de gallo and some maybe some spiced chicken in there. Characters you'll meet. You will play 3 generations of characters in this game. Here are the characters you'll encounter in the first generation. You are Reese, the Prince of Landon. You're the one who found the mysterious young woman who washed up on the shores of Landon and fell in love with her. Maya, she's the woman whom Reese found on the shores of Landon. She doesn't remember who she is and where she came from. Lena, this woman helps Reese out at the start of his adventures. She joins the party later on in the game. Mew, this female cyborg remains with all 3 generations. Ren, this male cyborg also remains with all 3 generations. Yes, I was going to get to that. It is a little... The story of this game start is a little weird and creepy. Lyle, Reese meets this free-spirited warrior for the first time near the start of the game, but Lyle doesn't join the party until later. Like how they... Again, right? Very mechanical description. That's right. Mew and Ren are depicted on the back cover of the Japanese version. Before Arakio left, and like... This is also funny. Nice Sprite Sync for the 80 bits.
Chicken sausages.
Oh, those look pretty delicious. Chicken sausages are real good. Right? Literally out of nowhere. Who the fuck is Arakio? We don't know. Who is Laya? We don't know. We don't know any of this stuff yet. They just threw it in there. Before Arakio left for the final battle, from which no one returned, he advised his people never to kill anyone, not even lions. This rule is called Arakio's Law by Arakians. Unbeknownst to Arakians, lions live by the same rule. They call it Laya's Law. Laya gave it to them before she left 1,000 years ago. Since Arakians and lions can't kill each other, they use cyborgs and monsters to fight their battles. The Council of Skyhaven. When you reach Skyhaven and talk to the councilman, you'll find that one of them has become a bit senile and confused these last years, contrary to what he seems to think. Sil Shusaran and Sage Isle are in the world of Aquatica, not Draconia. It's a fucking errata in the manual. Literally like, hey, we left this bug in the game. Whoops. Deal with it. Right? Like, this is the level of production that we were dealing with this at this time. Hit points, toilet paper, item, blah, 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 blah. Speed, damage, defense, intel. Nico Jazz, thank you for the 80 bits.
Pumpkin spice Alfredo.
Oh, I'm not on board with that. Oh, no. This is as much of a backstory of the world as we get. Tater's games.
Meat in a bucket.
Meat in a bucket. Yes. Thank you, Nico
Egg
Jazz.
sandwich.
Oh, let's see the egg sandwich. Oh, that looks good, actually. Is that a ranch? Is that a slab of ranch on there? Thank you, Nico Jazz. Thank you, another 80 bits.
Blueberry curry.
Oh, blueberry curry with... Oh, there's like lychee fruits in there. Thank you, Nico Jazz.
Bread Alfredo.
Bread? Oh, no! Are those noodles baked into the bread? Damage, defense, speed, intel, stamina. Larger the number, the higher character's HP max becomes when the level increases. Luck, skill, mess. What shows in your battle screen? The wind up gear, wind up for 1 turn, weapon, technique, item, defend. You can defend others, I think, which is good. Armor, equipment, weapon. Weapon shop always made sense. The equipment shop I didn't think read very well, and this looks like a those edible ferns, I think. Fiddlehead. The healer. The inn, which is a big bottle. The technique shop, which is just a coat of arms. The fortune teller, other important landmarks, caverns, docks, palaces. No one knows why Laia built these palaces centuries ago. Oh, numerous flying machines. Techniques. So, this is a problem. This is a huge problem with the game. The techniques. Yeah, like I always say, this game is the one that should get the remake, right? Remaking this game from the ground up with, like, good 2D artists, build it in a way that is going to maximize the potential it once had. Don't remake it as is in place. Fill everything out. Yeah, we've been talking about that, Roreg. Only Laia's descendants and cyborgs can use techniques. Not everybody can use the same techniques. The power of the techniques becomes more effective. As the levels of the character increase, the power distribution for each technique group can be altered at the technique shop. All healing techniques cost 5 toilet paper. Restore HP. Restore HP to all characters. Restore HP of one character whose HP is 0. Can be used on one character at a time. And cure poison. Damage to one enemy. Damage to one row. All enemies. And group of enemies. Time techniques. Oh, it's 1 TP. Speed up attacks on one character. Yeah. Better chance of succeeding when you select escape. Prevents the enemy from using techniques. Prevents the enemy from attacking. Order techniques. Increase the attack power of one character. Your concentrated energy blows away a foe. Your HP drops to 0, but it restores the other character's HP. Momentarily increase a character's defensive power. We'll talk about that in a minute. I don't think they show it in the manual, but we'll look at it when we get a character thing. Weapons. Weapons to attack foes close by and others to attack foes farther away. Knives. Swords. Staffs. Claws. Slicers. Shots. Needlers. Let's see. Knives aren't very powerful, but easy to handle. They're held in one hand and used to attack enemies at close range. Swords are large and difficult to handle and are used to attack enemies nearby. Require both hands. Staffs are thin and light and can be carried by anybody. However, the more powerful versions of these can only be carried by lion males. They're held in one hand. Claws. Cyborgs use these metal nails to pierce nearby foes. That was my cursor for a second. These are held in one hand. Lion women hurl slicers. Only the cyborgs can use this state-of-the-art firepower. Almost any human can use a needler. These are light and easy to handle. They're fired with one hand. Few remember how to use these legendary weapons, bows. Head armor. Helmets, ribbons, headgear, bandana, and crowns. Shields and emmels. Armor, chests, vests, protectors, capes, and robes. Everybody can wear these except Ren. Items you must use: monodimate, trimate, antidote, star mist, moon dew, escapipe, monitor, and that's it. And here's an ad for 688 attack sub and M1 Abrams battle tank military simulators. Good. And that's it. That's the whole fucking manual. That's the whole manual. Like, most of the manual, right? Let's see. Of the non-blank pages, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Of 28 pages, 9 of them actually tell you about anything in the world. The rest of them are just descriptions of the interface. Right? How to turn on your system. How to interact, how to press buttons. Literally fucking how to press buttons. This is what I call Koei manual syndrome. Right? It tells you nothing over a very long period of time. But this is not the only thing we have. In this deeper purple, we have the hint book. Starting out with an ad to buy 3 different RPGs that are all better than this one. This game is so sick. And Magi, oh my god. It cost $15. Yeah, we saw that. We saw the pack-in advertisement for the hint book. We get art. We get art. World around you is a mystery, known only through tales of terror. None of your people have ventured beyond the borders of Landon for hundreds of years. Legends tell of a long ago time when one could walk to other worlds where strange beasts prowled alien landscapes, where vast treasures awaited the bold. Then came the dark times 1,000 years ago, when the gateways were sealed in the Devastation War. The great Orakio led his cyborg armies against Laya's monstrous hordes. Weapons of unimaginable power laid waste to worlds and shifted moons in their orbits. No one returned from the final battle. Neither Orakio nor Laya was ever seen again. Even though a millennium has passed, Landon has not yet recovered from the destruction of the war. Why isn't this in the manual? Right? Why aren't these things in the manual of the game? Why is this in the hint book? I finished this game 4 times without the guide of the hint book. It's not a particularly difficult game to finish because there's very little you can do in it. We'll get to that. Legends of the past guide your people, the Arakians, who keep alive Arakio's memory. A few months ago, a woman washed up on a nearby beach like a pebble dropped into a still pool. This minor event rippled through your world, triggering an epic adventure. There's Reese and Maya. The worlds of Phantasy Star 3. Dahlia, Azura, Landon, Aquatica, Elysium, Iridia, Draconia, Frigidia, and Terminus. Floating city. Right? And so we know there's temples, caves, towns. Cactus Bee, thank you for the raid. Shout out to Cactus Bee. Hope you had a good DDO stream.
Frigidia, I bet it's home there.
Track Zero, thank you for 21 months. Thank you, Track Zero. Thank you, Cactus Bee, for the raid. Dinosaurs and Dragons. That is what D&D stands for. Yo, fucking Ryan. Look at this dude. He's so fucking cool. Jesus Adventures. You don't have any money. Anyway, so here's the hint book. Here's the hint book. It tells you everything you need to know and where to go. But also, it gives you art. It gives you full color art and like extra
I see a
stuff.
nice young man has come to visit us. Would you mind running the camera for a minute? My wife had to milk the goat. That's it. The buttons are labeled.
Jiggy, thank you for the raid. Old Japanese games. I hope you had a good time. What did you end up playing? I need to wait another 11 seconds. Oh, look at that burger. Oh, that burger. Vrexia, hello, welcome. There we go. There's the Jiggy shout out. We're getting started. I've been talking about the potential that Phantasy Star 3 has. They had many good ideas. Ah. Sick. All of them, DJ Bacon Blade. We're going to be playing this game all the way through, which means... Look at this. Oh, it's so cool. So cool. We're going to be playing all the way through. I'm going to back up my save before the end of the first generation, and then we're going to do the split, back up the save on the second generation, before the end of the second generation, and then we're going to do one full split and then the other full split. Depth first search. Imagine if they put this stuff in the actual instruction manual, right? Imagine if they put this introductory paragraph in instead of some like throwaway elevator pitch of like turn into a submarine. Wow. Right? I think they fucked the dog on like balancing this stuff out, and they moved all the interesting stuff to the hint book thinking, yes, this will attract people to buy it, except they forgot that you need to have a hook. You need to hook people into the game to begin with so that they're like interested in buying the hint book, not be like, 9 pages out of 28 having anything to do with the game and not just like instructions, push this button to open the menu, right? Yeah. Once people read it, they'll want to buy it, of course. But yeah, like it's We're gonna look at the final dungeon because this is the final dungeon. This is a 100% of the problem that Phantasy Star 3 has. This is the dungeon. It's literally just 2 tiles and like a background consisting of 4 tiles. This is the entire final dungeon. Right? That's the problem that this game has, is that like let's have a close look at the first town. Here's the first town. Then let's have a look at the second town. This is the second town. Notice anything different? Me neither. Right? So like they made like so few assets. Right? They made so few assets for this game that everything looks the same. There's just a big open square of checkerboard of the 2 floor tiles that they made for the towns. This is, again, right? We have the snow town. This is the only one that's different, and it's literally just a palette swap. They shifted the palette to, like, white and gray instead of green and brown. Now, again, right? Like, it would be so fucking cool if this game got a remake. Yeah, just a 1-stream game. 36 hours. You're fucking crazy. 36 hours for 1 playthrough, maybe. They didn't have any assets. They didn't have enough budget. They didn't have enough talent. And they didn't have enough time. This game had the shortest time and the relatively smallest ROM of any of the games. Bear in mind the size difference between Master System games and Genesis games. Oh, that's true. That's true. Some towns have fountains. No, wait. Landon has a fountain, too. And, like, we don't know how long it took to develop Phantasy Star 1, because it was the first one, and they were working on it as long as they needed before they released it in the state it was in, and it was released in an excellent state. Phantasy Star 2 was released 2 years after 1, and Phantasy Star 2 had a little bit of the problems this game had. Phantasy Star 3 was released a year after Phantasy Star 2, half the development time. And it's like this. And then Phantasy Star 4 was released like 3 years later. Over 3 years later, if I'm correct. If I'm remembering correctly. So Phantasy Star 4, they were like, I think what happened was they were trying to cook along and be like, every year, get these Phantasy Star games out. Every year, they're selling great. People love it. And then they were like, wow, people really didn't fucking like Phantasy Star 3. Hold on. Take a step back. Make Phantasy Star 4 good instead. And then Phantasy Star 4 came out so late that it was like, it didn't perform that well. Right? My understanding is that Phantasy Star 3 pulled a bunch of people from, like, arcade teams, and they were inexperienced at making RPGs specifically, and so there was just a lot of, like, wasted time, wasted budget, and the development schedule was very tight. So my understanding is that this game was kind of a, like, get it out there quick kind of thing. I love to grab some crap. Ryan, the coolest dude. Look at him. glasses. Anyway, it saddens me that like we didn't get this art and this story, right? This is a good introduction to the story, not what we see in the actual manual. The actual manual itself is black and white. It's cheaply made. Oh yeah, just like open the menu and hit B 800 million times and the game ends. Anyway, funny story though. This particular cart, I thought my Genesis was dead. I thought that like the Genesis and the Super Nintendo were dead. I could get the NES running. This was after taking them out of storage after like 10 years or more. And finally I was like, what if the cart's bad? What if the game I'm trying to load is the problem? And so like I swapped some carts around, and then this one was the only one that would load. This was the only cart that would boot up. And I was like, motherfucker. Of course it's Phantasy Star 3 is the only game that will run. But no, it turned out to be a combination of a dirty cart, like I don't know if you'll be able to see this, but like dirty contacts on the cart. And for whatever reason, the other carts didn't work very well after cleaning them and after like cleaning the slot and stuff, but this one did, and I was like, hell yeah, my Genesis works. And so then I went out and like got the flash cart and started actually trying to recover a lot of the old hardware that I had just sitting in a box in the garage, and well, you see the result. So we have Phantasy Star 3 to thank for that. Anyway, we've seen what material we'll be looking at for the time being. There are other places you can find a lot deeper dives into the support material for Phantasy Star 3, the Japanese materials and stuff like that. We don't necessarily need to look at that. Phantasy Star 3 generation of generated. We're going to get generated. That's the term for when you play a game that has multiple generations. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff in it. There's a lot of cool ideas, right? Dynamic combat music, the overworld music and how it changes the instruments. The way that a lot of the stuff works, and it's like then you have a monster whose only attack is doing this. Right? Like barely animated stuff. The graphics that they drew were good, and then they just reused them over and over and over. Yeah. Yep. PGA Tour Golf 3. There we go. Another interesting thing, right? No, I think that the lack of depth is due to like how video games are made, right? That like they probably did some planning at the start and they're like, yeah, we're gonna have this big blah 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 game, right? And we need to have this and that, and we're gonna have these towns and these warring factions and all this stuff. And that was all done in pre-production when they probably thought they were gonna get 2 years to build the game. And then somebody at Sega was like, 1 year. And you get this. Oh, fantasy par. That's good. That's good. Um, because those are things that didn't require much effort to do, right? Dynamic battle music isn't something that's like, it's not something where you had to have like a lot of effort go into it, right? You didn't have to draw 25 frames of an animation for 60 different enemies to get dynamic battle music, right? A composer could, like, what other work does a composer have to do, right? Over the course of a game that's taking a year to develop, right? And in terms of programming effort, it's like when X, Y, 25 play music A. It's not implemented well, is the other problem. We'll see that too. Dynamic music's a good idea, but it's not certainly not implemented well. I would love to see it if there is. Yeah. The music is fantastic. I love the music. One, but I haven't played 4 enough to tell you whether it gets better. I think Phantasy Star 1 shares the credit of the most ahead of its time game with Ultima Underworld 1. Ultima Underworld 1 probably a little bit ahead, but Phantasy Star 1 definitely for consoles. Legends of Landon, your homeland. Tell of world-sweeping wars fought 1,000 years ago. Brave Arachio sought to foil the evil schemes of the Dark Witch Laia and her hordes of monsters. In the final battle, all combatants were killed. Though Arachio and Laia's bodies were never found, passageways between the Lion worlds and the Arachian worlds were sealed. In time, people forgot there were other worlds besides Landon. 2 months ago, a young woman washed up on the shores of Landon. The woman remembered nothing of her life prior to waking up on the beach. This seemingly minor event sets an epic adventure in motion. My favorite game that I couldn't justifiably call good. I have to think about that. I like tons of trash games. So Phantasy Star 3, like, that opening is good. That's a tremendous opening. It is Shonen Sketcher in various ways. I can't fault this too much because it's this is very much on par with Phantasy Star 1 and 2 so far, right? I'm not a fan of the pea soup background. Let me get a second intro, which is very cool. Again, we see this. This is actually an important image for the series. The legends of the past shape our lives and those of our children. One such legend is of a struggle that almost destroyed our world. The names of Arakio and Laia echo down through the years, still inspiring love and hatred, even now 1,000 years after their tragic deaths. Their conflict wiped out civilization and left the survivors in a world of mutated creatures with warring pockets of men. Into this shattered world you are thrust, to live or die by your sword and your wits. Maya awaits in the castle of Prince Reese. Well, let's buy. Probably need. Oh wait, no. We need an esque pipe. How do we get one? Start the timer. This game is not as good as Sword of Vermilion. Sword of Vermilion has some problems, but it's a significantly better game than this. An inn, we got a weapons shop. We can't do anything here. We have very little money and no. I've played Sword of Vermilion to completion multiple times. I've yet to stream it, though. It's a fantastic game. It's tough to get into. It has a kind of rough start, but I think it's an excellent game. About time you got married, Prince Reese! Danger is everywhere, Prince Reese. I will be a fine queen for you. Beware, Prince Reese. Lion spies lurk about. Also, the audio driver is overdriving. That's just how it is. That distortion is part of the sound chip. Congratulations! You won! Oh, man. Are you staying long, Prince Reese? Hey, there's a tree sprite. Yeah, I was gonna say, imagine a commoner telling the prince it's about time they got married. Imagine marrying someone who washed up on the beach with amnesia. Dong! I am honored that you want to marry me, Reese. Perhaps someday you'll find out where I'm from and who I am. I, Reese, do take thee, Maya, to be my... Bloop. Filthy Arakians, Maya will not be yours. Bloop. No, return her, you foul dragon spawn of Laya. I'll find Maya if I have to search forever. I'll take the army to destroy Laya's clan. Don't be a fool. No one has seen a lion for over 1,000 years. Starting a war is not a rational thing to do. Cool off in the dungeon for a while. You can't stop me from going after her father. I'll find her again and I'll bring her back. I swear it. Good thing I bought one of these. Haha, suckers. Guess what, Dad? I'm back. You used your escapipe. Normally a smart move, but now I'm afraid the game can't be continued. Please press the reset button and try again. Nothing unusual here. I see what you mean about the crown face. Like he's wearing a red hood and he's got glowing cyan eyes. That soldier. The top soldiers are non-interactive. They've blocked off the exit. Maya is waiting in your room. Don't be late for the wedding. You're one lucky prince. All right, there we go. That's ending number 1. 3 more to go.
I'm gonna give him 100 bits. I'm gonna go.
Cheer 100
Sever, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh. Monitor. A knife. Oh. No! No! Fuck! She's blocked me in! Anyway. What was that one macaque quote about, like, the cock blocked my mushroom? Anyway. That's a huge bug. It's a huge bug in the game that was just left in. And instead of actually trying to fix the bug, they just added a piece of dialogue when you talk to the king to reset the game. They didn't fix it, right? They didn't fix the bug. So, it's like they could have, like it was It was too much. Oh, I wanted to look at something before we get started on that. It was too much. It was too much development effort to set like a flag that the shops won't sell you something and just like have the shopkeepers replaced with something else. So much of this game screams that it's hard-coded in like really specific ways, but like make the shop not sell an Escapipe until after the wedding is over, right? Lock the shop doors until the wedding is over, so you just can't go in the shop, right? But they didn't have time to do that, I don't think. Right, exactly. So, Phantasy Star 2, which features a single generation, is the same ROM size as Phantasy Star 3. Phantasy Star 4 is more than 3 times larger in ROM size than Phantasy Star 3. So, consider that, right? Pit Fighter is a larger game than Phantasy Star 3 in ROM size. Pink Goes to Hollywood is larger than Phantasy Star 3 in ROM size. And they tried to cram 3 generations of characters into 768K. Is this the one? No, this is end of the... This is... Where is, Fuck, what's it called? Maybe I don't have it here. You can check this, though. Phantasy Star 1. Phantasy Star 3 generations of Pit Fighters. Phantasy Star 1 is 2/3 of the size of Phantasy Star 3 in ROM size. Phantasy Star 1 is 2/3 of the size of this 3 generations of game. Not only did they skimp on development budget and time, they skimped on ROM allocation as well. So not only do you have this rushed game, but it was made to fit in something that was only 50% larger than the first game in the series that was an 8-bit game. There's a lot of reasons contributing to why Phantasy Star 3 is the way that it is. But it's all Sega's fault. It's all basically comes down to managerial and executive decision making. No, 2 did really, really well. Sega wanted more money. Look at Golden Axe 2 and Golden Axe 3. Golden Axe 1 did really well and is super well respected. Golden Axe 2 and Golden Axe 3 were fucking cash grabs. Like, Sega is the reason that Sega lost the console war. Can we get a ROM hack of this? Can we get a ROM hack of this that replaces, Can we get a ROM hack of this that replaces, Arakio with Sega and Laia with Nintendo? and the Nintendonians and the Sagans. Yeah, but they aren't, Nikita Lobo. They're cool because they're like the underdogs. Chris the Key, thank you for the follow. Have you seen what development was like for the Saturn? Have you seen what games are like for the Dreamcast? Dreamcast and the Saturn have a small, dedicated, vocal fan base and no mass appeal. There's some very interesting games on the Saturn, and there's some stuff with potential on the Dreamcast. But compare that to the PlayStation and the PlayStation 2. It's... you kind of can't, right? Like, sure, Sony took over as like this kind of market force over Sega, and Nintendo had a couple of weak console generations, but ding dong. Sega of Japan was not blameless. I'm honored that you will marry me. Perhaps someday we'll find out where I'm from and who I am. Isn't it? Also, no one asks her. It's declarative. Reese is declarative in his statement. He's taking her to be his wife. Reese is an asshole. And then he freaks out. I like how they put their armor on. They push the armor button. Like, he has a tantrum. The king is right to throw him in the dungeon. I, like, the way this whole thing plays out is like, I'm playing a fucking dipshit. You can't stop me, Dad! Medica. Driftwood Wife. I saw Driftwood Wife play at the Knitting Factory in New York in '93. That was a good show. I had to sneak in because I was only 13. Well, he's old enough to marry. I'm Lena. I'll help you escape. Follow me. Yeah. Yeah. Here's a knife and $300. Arm yourself well and go find Maya. Okay, hold on. I have a... Chat, we're going on an exploration. We're taking a little exploratory mission here. I need to get a closer look at this sprite. Prince Reese has a dipshit little imperial beard, like some fucking new metal head from like 98. Right, Clown Car, thank you for the 18 months. He's got a dipshit little imperial beard going on. It's perfect. It totally fits with his personality so far as we've seen it, right? Well, I'm gonna escape from the dungeon, Dad. You can't tell me to shave my beard. He calls it a beard. Yeah, well, Maya said she doesn't remember if she likes my beard. Okay. I think it's supposed to be a, what the fuck is it called? The hole in the chin? Senzoba thing to follow.
What could they want from me?
Like, who's the famous gladiator actor guy? What's his name? Famous gladiator actor guy. Hold on, let's find out. It's gonna say Russell Crowe, I bet. Famous gladiator actor guy. Yeah. Not Russell Crowe. From super long ago. Gladiator then and now. Folks, 2000, the year 2000 is super long ago. Yeah, Kirk Douglas. It's the Kirk Douglas chin hole is what we're looking at here. We're looking at the Kirk Douglas chin hole. Yeah, hold on. Save image as. Fuck you, WebP. Fuck you. Fuck you. I hate you, WebP. What the fuck? Avif? What the fuck is an Avif? There we go. There's a good old JPEG. Add existing. Reusable image. Let's just load this up until I can find the correct file. Here we go. It's the chin hole, see? It's the chin hole. Oh, I already had reusable image in here. I was just like scrolled down. Anyway. Stuff in here that I don't need. Okay, That's better. Anyway. So there's risks. The sapphire lets you enter the eastern cave. Machines used to fly out of the ruins near here. Hey, Chris Coble. How's it going? I hear that Lia's monsters are everywhere. South lies Yatta, a port city. The royal family is in mourning. Your monitor is a handy device. Use it to find out where you are in the world. Yeah, everywhere. You might be one of them. Yatta! Arm yourself well, for your foes are deadly. Is my father, the king, technically a foe now? Remember, Arakio's law, kill no living thing. That's gonna be hard with all these bio-monsters around, lady. Also, you notice how, like, everybody... Oh, no. Liamoka. Yeah, they're everywhere. Even in the power lines. Even in the hilltop cathedral. Have you found the princess yet, Prince? Like, they know what's... Why do all the town people know what's going on? Why are you not, like, a wanted criminal if you're, like, meant to be in the dungeon right now? If you've escaped from the dungeon. All these people forgot that it was you in there, I guess. Anyway, here's the thing about this game and how we're gonna do stupid with it. Welcome to the armor shop. I believe it's one of the really early areas has like a bunch of shit you can't get again later. Until much, much later in the game, so you just, like, grind for it, and it's better. Please stay on the other side of the counter. This goes into the castle dungeons. No. Technique distribution costs 10 Meseta. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Maya is a mystery to everyone in Landon. There's like $4,000 royal boots as well. We're gonna try to get those. Yeah, we can get a short sword or another knife. I think we probably want to get another. We probably want to get another knife. Kind of forget. Let's see what the hint book says. Oops. That's PS3 net serve. You don't want that. Landon. In prison. Talk to the townspeople again. Hit the shops. paid $36 for this. I paid $36 for this fucking hint book. Use it wisely. Okay, what are the stats of the weapons? Ah, this is how much they cost. Oh, okay. Well, why don't we go to the back of the hint book, all the way down, and we'll see. Oh. Oh, there's no stats for any of the. There's no stats for any of the items or weapons in this. The hint book doesn't have any fucking information in it, other than like where to go and maps. The hint book is what should have been in the manual, honestly. Let's see if the cave has it. Nope. Let's try game facts. Largest one, probably? Let's see. Endings. Solo Hero Challenge. Save state hacking guide. Maps. Right, let's try the 139 kilobyte guide and walkthrough from 2006. Equipment. Dot equipment. Okay, short sword is attack 20, defense 15. Knife is attack 8, no defense. Needler is attack 3. Okay, so we want the short sword. What does long range mean? Doesn't fucking say what long range means. Range. Needlers ignore defenses. Range streams, mountain range. No, there's... as far as I know, there's no range in this. Right, we're gonna get the sword. Because the sword... Right, the knife is 8. The sword is 20. So 2 knives would be 16. And this also gives you... No, I don't think there are any... I don't think there are any flying enemies. I don't think that there's any kind of formation or stuff, unless it's just completely glossed over and like represented by a change in damage output that you don't see. I don't remember there being any kind of differences for that stuff. This is what Reese listens to with his stupid little soul patch. This is his favorite song. Let's listen to our favorite song. And then when you start combat, though, so this game has dynamic music, but the way the dynamic music is implemented, there's a song for before combat starts. I had this as a dance emote for a while. I should probably bring it back. So you fight. And then the music changes. Because this is the you're winning music. Effectiveness is 2. So it changes depending on your, like, the relative power of you versus the monsters. There's a couple of different states. I think there's 3 music in general, or maybe 4. 4 if you count the start music. So the problem with it is you always hear No, we're not missing a sound channel. Right? So you always hear this. And then you hit this button. And then you hear one of 2 musics for like half a second. And then you hear do 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 do. So most of, like, 90% of your music time in combat is da 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 do 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 do. Yeah, here we go. Struggle. And then when you're winning. And then do 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 do. But the problem is that you only ever hear, because the music tracks are like kind of poorly implemented. You rarely get to hear much of them because the system that produces them, like, is really, really, like, basic and abrupt. And they picked the worst track. They picked the worst track for the thing that you hear the most. which is the start. The like da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It should immediately transition. It should do that like twice and then immediately transition into the like encounter assessment music. But like properly transition. Hey Ultimo, how's it going? I can extend it to 24 hours or 48 hours or however long Twitch allows. I can just get into combat and not take any action and then leave it running while, He's gained a level. Hey, Hictor. I told you, right? Look at this guy's idiotic soul patch. He listens to the combat start music. This is his jam. He thinks this goes hard. He just wishes that Fred Durst would rap over it. Sorry, I forgot the C when I said that. Ultimo! Ultimo, thank you for 44 months. Holy crap, that's a large number of months. Very much appreciated. Hope you're doing well, Ultimo. Do you want to see something? Do you want to see something nauseating, chat? Do you want to see something Phantasy Star 3 related that's just utterly nauseating? Let's do it. Have you ever played this game in Japanese? Well, I have great news, Shonen Sketcher. Be careful out there. We're gonna pause the timer. We're taking a little detour. We're taking a little detour. What is the Japanese title of Phantasy Star 3? It's like fucking something else. I gotta look it up. Phantasy Star 3 Japanese title. Toki. Going ape spit with Phantasy Star 3. We're gonna have to do the intro over again. So. Oh, you can pause this screen. That's a nice feature, actually, honestly. I don't know if any of this story is different than the story in the English version of the game. I'm going to eat some cheese while we do this. This is a cheese break. So is this game... No, okay. It uses both sets of Kana. I don't know if the story of this game is any less creepier. I don't know if this is any less creepy. Ha ha ha. Marina. That's what it says. Hey, Azrael. I'm doing quite good. How are you? I mean, Rat Clown Car, I think that the team doing this was sabotage from the very beginning. Right? They had to fit this in a ROM that was like Phantasy Star 1 is 2/3 of the size of this game. Right? This game's only 50% larger than Phantasy Star 1, an 8-bit game. They had to finish it, they had to fit it in a absurdly small ROM. Right? It was an inexperienced team working on a time budget that was half of Phantasy Star 2, and we know Phantasy Star 2 was like seat of the pants finish, right? Oh, that's a big endeavor. I hope it goes well. I hope your move goes well. Right? Like they were sabotaged from the very start for what amounts to a cash grab, right? Make this game for cheap because Phantasy Star is hot right now. And then somebody realized their mistake when, you know, when this flopped and they took their time to make 4, right? Chat, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about constantly spinning grass? Should I play the game like this? Wait a second. Is the main character named Ken? Or Kane? Kane, I guess. I like how they have, like, literally 2 frames of animation. They slide up, move their wings up and down, and that's it. It's barely animated. Kane died. Game over. Anyway. So, at least they fixed that for the American release several months later. At least they fixed the fucking somebody looked at it and they were like, you think this is okay? What is wrong with you? Absolutely fucking not. Plus Pax Pass. Alright, what do we need for armor? Let's go in the snail shop. All of them do that, yeah. And if you're in a cave, the floor and ceiling go in opposite directions as well, as far as I know. Hunting helm, hunting armor, garment, shield. I don't think we can use a shield. Don't have a hat. We don't have a head. We don't have a buckle. I don't know what goes in buckle. Wait, maybe. Did I close that window? I did. Shit. Hunting. There we go. Hunting shot, staff, hunting knife, hunting needler, hunting bow, hunting armor. Here we go. Body armor. Hunting armor is +8. Garment is +3, so that's +5.
No.
Hunting helmet is +2. Arm protectors, footwear. Is the buckle the arm protector? Let's buckle items. Oh, okay. Okay, that's something different. There's an enemy in this game called Wizard. Okay, yeah, so those are two-handed. We're towards 2015. 8. And the shield is 20. Okay, so we want... We want the hunting armor first, and then a hunting helm. The sword gives us more defense. The sword gives us more defense than the entirety of upgrading all of our armor. And the fucking shit isn't... The armor isn't effective against techniques, which even the chirper uses. What is the music doing? I have no fucking idea. It just went through like 3 different... I think it went to the like, you're gonna die music. Briefly. And then to like 4 musics. 4 musics in the span of like 2 seconds. Anyway. Really what we want is like an extra... We want like an extra... we want the armor. We want another level. So we're going to grind a little bit to get a leg up. Probably want to hit the inn now. Like all Phantasy's Star, this game has an incredibly rough start. Sometimes careful out there. Maybe we can go farther afield. Hey, Masumi, how's it going? Maybe we can go further afield and encounter something that gives more. Yeah, I think, like... I'm done. I got poisoned. Okay, these guys are better. Now we need to go to the healer and cure poison, wherever the fucking healer is. Like, it's not just... It's a combination of factors that all together... I thought I was poisoned. Am I not poisoned? Does poison only last for one combat? I guess so. Like... This game had multiple problems in that it was they tried to make it cheaply with an inexperienced team over too short a period of time in completely insufficient ROM space. Hunting knife. Hunting needle. We need none of those, I don't think. Hunting knife is 13 apiece for a total of 26, but no defense. Hunting needle is 7 apiece for... For a loss of 6, but I guess it ignores defense. Well, you know what the problem is, right? Most of the battle music is fine. Most of the battle music is fine. It's actually quite good. It's just that the system by which music was implemented was fucked up. Because the person doing it didn't know what the fuck they were doing because they were a novice. So you hear this. And then you hear like 2 seconds of battle music. And then it changes. And then it finishes. Also, I'm still poisoned, which means I didn't heal when I went to the inn. And the dude at the fucking... Here's the healer. Not this dude. I think that's the raised dead guy. You have to go to someone else to get unpoisoned. Why? Sheriff
Cheese
Ram.
flambe.
Cheese flambe.
Dumplings platter. Milk cookies.
Dumpling splatter, milk
Dumplings
cookies.
mashed potatoes. Dumplings omelet.
Thank you, Sheriff Ram, for all the foods. Oh, look at those mashed potato dumplings. No. Right? Like, why do you have to go upstairs? Like, it's literally impossible for me to resurrect anybody at this point. I can't do it. I have to go upstairs in the healer place to fix poison. There's so many, like, stupid, insane decisions in this, and they're all, like, relatively execution heavy.
Chocolate flambe.
Whoa. Chocolate flambe. Right? They're all relatively fixable, right? Think about Final Fantasy 14, right? Think about Final Fantasy 14. They fixed Final Fantasy 14. A lot of stuff were technical issues that I didn't think they could fix, but they took the time to do it, right? Out of all of the Phantasy Star games, this
Dumplings
needs...
donut.
Dumplings Donut. That's me. Out of all the stuff wrong with this game, you can fix most of it and not, like... And not have a different game when you're done, right? Like, Spelljammer, you would need to make a different
Lemon
game.
cocktail.
Ooh, that looks good. That's probably pretty good. Jake Armitage, thank you for the follow. I don't know what happened to the follow alert. Right, like... The issue with this game is that, like, everything was just slapdash and, like, poorly made. Not that the game itself was flawed
Breakfast sandwich.
in premise. Oh, that's a good breakfast sandwich. I don't know. I would take out the lettuce from those, though. Not a big fan of breakfast lettuce. Okay, we want the hunting armor. Wait, does that... Yeah, that doesn't affect...
Cheese platter.
Cheese platter. Love it. Love a cheese platter. Isn't that just, what's it called? Khachapuri? Sheriff Ram for another 71 bits.
Mango bowl.
Mango bowl. Wait, I was gonna do something and then I forgot. Right, I was gonna use the monitor. This is nice. They give you a world map. Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about, right? I think it's Armenian. The Armenian thing where it's like pizza dough that's rolled up on the sides and then you put an egg in it.
Taco milkshake.
Oh, taco milkshake. 3 different flavors. Barbacoa, carnitas, and al pastor. Let me see if I can find a... Yeah. It's basically like a Georgian. It's Georgian. Yeah. It's an egg boat. It's a pizza egg boat.
Salads. Ooh.
Salads. Ooh. Oh, that doesn't look good. Unless that's just dressing. Because that's kind of how I dress my salads. Salads. Ooh. Sheriff Ram, thank you for the bits.
Apple loaf.
Apple, oh, that looks good. Would eat apple loaf that looks like that. That looks like a really eggy bread too, like a what's the one brioche? Like everybody used for burger buns for like 10 years. And then it was like, why am I eating like this like super heavy butter egg thing that disintegrates with my burger instead of like an actual, bun. Maybe they still do it. I haven't been out to a fancy burger joint in a while. I want to point something out, by the way. I want to point out this interaction because this is important. This is an important, extremely prevalent bug in this game.
Roast beef cake.
Oh, I don't think I want the roast beef cake, though. It's not doing it now. There we go. So, nothing unusual here. You notice how I'm facing the shopkeeper and using the interact button?
Pancakes, omelet.
I don't think I like the egg yolk discs on my pancakes, thanks. This can happen anywhere. If you do a certain combination of stuff. It bypasses the Hey Rig, how's it going? How did Spellcraft turn out? Did you win? Two Lord Wizards. Yeah, that's true.
My God, that's fantastic.
Ash Valentine, thank you for the raid. Ash was playing a far more messed up game than this one. How did You bailed on Wing of the Ravager. Was it that one encounter, or was it like... Did it get worse after what I saw? Maybe one day. Maybe for Rig. Rig can play it now without spoilers to the ending. Yeah. Rest. Yeah, I kind of expected that might be the case. And you didn't even get to, like, the final fight, right? The, like, final fight. I assume it has a ridiculous bullshit final fight like all the other games. Yeah, that sounds not so great. Cactus Bee, would you like to hear about Crimson Sands, Dark Sun Online? Hesh already said everything there is to say about it. I love the, would you call that a galloping bass line? On the winning music. Is that a galloping bass line? The triplets there. I don't know shit about music theory. We can do one more, right? We can do one more. All right, thank you again for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're playing Phantasy Star 3. This game, I don't think it's a bad game. It's just... it didn't get enough. Didn't get enough. I defend. Is this a galloping bass line? See, I think Rat Clown Car, I think conceptually the game is solid. I think it has a lot of potential. I think it's broken in execution only. Because of the triplets or whatever, right? Yeah.
Chocolate platter.
That looks fucking amazing. Give me...
Cherry feast.
Cherry Feast. 210 bits, oh boy.
Pumpkin spice potatoes.
Ooh. Would that be good? Would pumpkin spice potatoes be good? Oh, that's a really tough one. Like, the pumpkin spice with, like, fried potatoes, fried baby potatoes. Somebody try that. Somebody go try that. Fry that up right now and tell me how it is. Because pumpkin...
Meat covered in peanut butter.
Oh, I got poisoned. Fuck. Meat covered in peanut butter. This game... Poison in this game prevents you from healing. And when you can't heal... You can go to the inn and still not have fucking... You can go to the inn and, like, you don't realize you're poisoned, so you don't heal.
Mashed Alfredo.
Mashed Alfredo! Poison! I gotta think about how that'll interact with any of the secondary stuff.
I'm still hungry.
Thank you for the 9 bits. Thank you for all the food. Sheriff Friend, very generous of you. Yes. So we gotta get a hat. Got to get a hat. Doo-doo-doo, boop, boop. Where's the hat merchant? Rick, do you remember where the, like... I want to say it's, like, royal boots that you can buy mega early on. If you grind somewhere and, like, save up a ton. Am I making that up? You know, it might behoove me to get 2 hunting knives, because then I'll have 2 attacks, and I can kill 2 enemies. Think about that. You really do forget everything as soon as you finish a game, don't you? Alright, what are hunting knives? 180 a piece? Hunting needles are 270. Does anyone know, like, please feel free to look this up. Does anyone know what long range means in this game? Does anyone know what close range and long range mean? It might be at the start of, like, Generation 2, though. Yeah, but you can attack either row with any weapon, right? That's true. That's true, old man alien. You can attack either... Can you... Is it that you can't attack the back row if the front row is still alive? Okay, you can attack past the front row if you have a long-range weapon. So it's not of any use if your strategy, like mine, is to kill the front row first and then kill the back row. Unless there's, like, some enemy in the back row you would need to attack, which I don't think there ever is. At least not of any import. Okay, we gotta stick to the south. South and east. To get those Eindons. We'll probably run into a moose? Moose will probably be the first back row enemy we get. The problem is that they literally gave the enemies, as far as I know, they gave the enemies HP based on their sprites. So all the tanky enemies are in the back row and all the dipshit, like, high damage, low HP enemies are in the front row. So you literally, as far as I remember, you literally never want to attack the back row first. Except, like, there might be some enemies that use, like, really damaging techniques from the back row. Did it, did it, did it, did it, did it. The next zone in the town of Rysel, okay. I remember there being something that was like way out of depth for like several $1,000s. We're just gonna walk over here and see if we can... Well, I guess the encounters stop. What do we got? More fucking chirpers. Chirp this idiot. If I get 2 knives, I can kill faster now. Ooh. Oh, it's a temple. Rick, have you seen the Japanese combat in this? The Japanese combat screen? So you see how the clouds are slightly drifting in combat? They're like gently drifting through the sky. Imagine if the clouds were going like 3 times the speed and the grass was doing the same thing, but in the opposite direction. Yeah, imagine the grass is going in the opposite direction. So it looks like it looks like combat is taking place on a fucking, what are those things called? A tilt-a-weight? I know what I said. Hey, Shan, Mist Viper. I would describe the first game like that. Phantasy Star 1 is a bit Dragon Quest, but better. And the reason I say that is, that it was really influenced by Dragon Quest, right? It was an evolution of the genre where early RPGs, and especially Japanese PC RPGs, were very much like, okay, you stand around this town and you grind, and then you go to this next town and you grind, and then eventually somebody tells you to go into this dungeon, and you go in the dungeon and you fight a thing, and then you go to the next dungeon. And like very single modal, right? And then Phantasy Star 1, it might not have been the first game, but it's certainly one of the best to do it that early on. Did like cutscenes and stories, and like it presented a world that was more fleshed out and more interesting than just the kind of static, okay, here's town 1, here's town 2, here's town 3. The equipment prices go up by 10 times each town, kind of thing. Boots. Force Emil. Okay, we gotta get the Force Emil before we move on. I gotta find out where the points of no return are as well. Oh, we have boots. Good. This is on Genesis. Playing it on the Genesis. Oh, the Force Slasher. I don't think we... Oh, do we want the... Oh, Steel Needler, huh? 13, that's 26? Only Thea and Kara can use slicers. We don't get Thea or Kara this generation, right? So we can't use the Force Slicer. That Steel Needler is real good, though. If it ignores defense. And we can get 2 of them because it's one-handed. Oh, yeah. I put it over there because it's out of the way and not meant to be noticed, but if you ever are curious, you can look over there. I don't mind, very much do not mind if you ask, though. Always welcome to ask. Let's see. Fiblera? What the fuck is a Fiblera? Alright, Force Emil. Iraqian women. So Lena will be able to use the Force Emil, right? Yeah, okay. So we want to get 2 of those things. 2 Steel Needlers. Yes. Right? Like, this town, every town in the game consists of the exact same tile set. There's one town that's in, like, Snowville, and they just replaced the green and the brown with white and gray. Right? To look like snow. All the enemies have 1 or 2 frames of animation, but the art that's there for the enemies and the enemy designs are good. It just needs to be more consistent and, like, more stable. It has weird bugs. It has, like... Yeah, absolutely. It had half the development time of Phantasy Star 2. It had a novice development team for the most part. The ROM size for Phantasy Star 3 is 768K. The ROM size for Phantasy Star 1 on the Sega Master System is 512K. Shadrock, thank you for the... Wait. That didn't go through. I don't know why. I hope you didn't lose your bits. But if you did lose your bits, I'll run it. I'll synthesize it. Tell me if it took your bits? Okay, hold on. Let's synthesize it. That's 100.
I'm gonna give him 100 bits.
300.
I'm gonna go.
Wait, we got a hype train. We got an invisible hype train. Good work. Good fucking work. Nico Jazz, thank you for all that food.
Cottage cheese tiramisu. Ice cream donut.
Oh.
Soup parfait.
Ice cream donut looks good. Soup parfait. Okay, that's just fruits and nuts in, like, what do you call it? Nectar?
Sausage pizza.
Oh, that actually looks okay.
Meat milkshake.
That doesn't sound good.
Meat covered in mayonnaise.
Oh no, meat milkshake, no. Oh, the mayonnaise and whatever that brownish stuff is. All right, that should have done it. That should do it. Shadrock, your thing should be in. Sorry, I don't have sardines, cacao nibs, and nachos. Nacho, whatever.
Choo-choo.
Oh, there we go. We got, what you call it? Yeah, we can't attack you now. You got poisoned.
I'm glad you welcome to Safe Spot, man. My name is Carl. I'm to Safe Spot. Chicken with cheese. Safe Spot in my name.
Chicken with cheese.
Oh,
Oh,
Safe
just
Scum. Welcome to Safe Scum. Welcome to Safe Scum. My name is Andrew. Today we're gonna save Scum. Welcome to Safe Scum. My name is Andrew. Today we're
Sardines and a
gonna save
strawberry
Scum.
protein drink mix.
Welcome to Safe
If I
Scum.
throw up,
My
I'm
name
gonna go
is Andrew. Today we're gonna save Scum. Welcome to Safe Scum. My name is Andrew. Today we're gonna save Scum. Welcome to Safe Scum. I'll do it.
That was Shadrock's cheer that didn't go through. That Twitch stole the bits for. Fuck, I forgot to fix the poison! Poison! We do have a hype train. Where is it? 1 minute and something seconds left. Hold on, let me get you hype train music. There's your hype train. Gotta go to the straight edge healer.
I'm gonna give him 100 bits.
Two?
I'm gonna go-
100.
Thank you for the 100 toots. Salsa sardines and a strawberry protein. I keep misreading that as strawberry potion drink. Wait. You said drink mix. Implying that you have not mixed it into a drink. Ten seconds. Oh, okay, you mixed it. Good. Slop ablution. 1,340-bit scam train. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
He found himself engaged in battle with himself.
Fucking... He poisoned me twice! The fucking shitter. Chat. What? What real-life product would you consume labeled as or described as potion? Not anything mystical and not or like nothing that has an effect outside of what real world things can affect. Yeah, energy drink, cocktails, yeah, things like that. I didn't see what these guys are called. Glow Toad. They're just fucking... Glow Toad is just a fucking like, what you call it? Anti-cough potion. That's a hell of a description. Wait. Yeah, and to be clear, right? I'm asking which real world thing, if it were described, like, if you were in the grocery store and you saw sardine potion, would you drink it? Probably not, right? Like, you know... Yeah. Like, if you went into a place and you saw a kale potion on the menu at a juice bar or whatever. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to suss out, is like, what... At what point does the suspicion overtake your, At what point does the suspicion overtake your, expectation of quality? Where does that balance point, exist? Liquid medicines, if they were called potions. Placebo and guaifenicin potion. I like how that guy's animation is just like... It's just his tongue. He's just like pulsating his tongue. Yeah, like... If I'm honest, labeling your mixed drink cocktail as a potion is going to make me less likely to buy it. And I fucking love girl drinks, so... No, Hector. Bud Light Clamato potion. That's a popular drink. That's a real thing. I'm not making that up to be gross. That's a real thing that people do. That's a real thing that people do. Right? Like, what's it called? Michelada or something? Rogue Energy. I think they like messaged me on Twitter, and I was like, I'm gonna ignore this because it's somebody fucking messaging me on Twitter. Teshingen, thank you for the follow. The only energy drink company that I'm willing to do promotions for is Rippets. Okay, I might do Gamer Potion. If Gamer Potion approached me, I might do it just for the fucking laugh. Okay. Dark Max mentioned it, but Michelada is specifically Bud Light and specifically Clamato. That's a Michelada. It might involve lime or salt as well, but I'm unsure. It's okay. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hear me out. You buy a loot box from Monster Energy, and it has Gamer Potion in it. Do you see where I'm going with this? The sequence of words here. It's funny, Shan. It would be even better. It would be even better if it was like if it was meant to be consumed like a, what is the name of that? Boilermaker. Or maybe the other depth charge. Such that you how do I construct the language for this so that your Monster Energy drops a Gamer Potion? Gamer Sups? Is that short for supper? Is that like instant meals for gamers in Northeast America? Hash, did you have your gamer supper? I got poisoned again. I wonder what Bing would do with RGB gamer colonoscopy. Supplements. That's stupider. No, well, Hector, you aren't supposed to drink glow sticks. I want to see a Monster Energy drink with a loot box inside it. What is the IRL dust of sneezing and choking? Okay. I got it. Here's what it is. It's an oversized can of Monster Energy drink, like a Foster's, called a Boss Monster, right? And then inside of it is a juice box filled with some kind of unknown at time of purchase liquid. So it's a loot box, right? And inside the loot box is some sort of gamer potion, but it's unidentified. He's just shooting the guy's dick. Why are they all the Mass Effect guy? There we go. I've finalized the ultimate gamer advertising. Somebody throw Sega CD Pugsy OBGYN into Bing. I doubt Bing knows what Pugsy is. Man, I found the fucking weirdest cursed prompt last night. That like, hold on, what was the format? Let me find the format here. There's like dozens and dozens of images from this. And like every one is different and fucked up in weird, unusual ways. So it started out as the gravy refinery in the oily Swedish village of Jokkmokk with the sound effect Bing coming out of his rear. And so I slowly modified that here. Here. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Not that. Not that. That's just Rig. That's just Rig's new emote. So I was like, yeah, the gravy refinery. But it started doing shit like this. like what the fuck is this dude? Why is this? Why is there weird liquid coming out of his butt? And look at this thing with the lightning bolts and the whatever that hole is, and like Santa Claus, but also it's Rudolph the reindeer. There's a boat for some reason. And so like I was like, what if I change the sound effect to awooga instead? Because I think that's a really funny sound effect. Oh no. I was like, what if I change it to awooga? And this was in the same format. The eggnog refinery in the oily Swedish village of Jokkmokk with the sound effect awooga coming out of his rear. And we get this. There it is. The awooga egg. Just spreading cheer around the town. It does not know what Pugsy is, does it? Thank goodness. Thank goodness. But yeah, you can check the neural zone. Oh, this is my other favorite one. When I put roast turkey in. Wait, no, don't replace it. Awooga 2. When I put roast turkey in instead of eggnog. Like wet letters. Like the way the fucking like the way the lower lip is drawn, the like I said it's just this fucking orb. And since Rig is here, I tried putting Wizard Refinery. And we got this. Anyway, there's dozens more in the neural zone on the Discord if you want to check that out. Careful though, the neural zone is correctly labeled not safe for work. There are many questions. Oh, also it kept I tried replacing cartoon in that with I tried replacing cartoon in that with PS3 screenshot and Xbox 360 screenshot, and it kept adding this fucking dancing hot dog dude when I did Hot Dog Refinery. like that specific character with the yeah. It's the second level of the spell, Baxter Crook. It's a fucking dancing hot dog dude, and like it kept adding that specific character to it, but only when it was Xbox 360 or Xbox 360 or PS3 screenshot. Not when it was cartoon, not when it was unqualified. Oops. Yeah, Auaga. Man, they're so messed up though. There was one where it, like, I asked it for an Xbox 360 screenshot of a cafe latte. Yeah, yeah, Alwo 2, because they had limited characters. I asked it for a cafe latte refinery Xbox 360 screenshot, and it just like it drew this like weird Starbucks with a water tower and a dude standing in front of it with his pants down past his ass and the word Awooga written on his ass in like Sharpie. It's too close to realistic human genitals. I can't show it on screen, but it's in the Discord. I don't remember how much I'm grinding for. Or if there's a better grind spot. I think we need what? We need to get the Force Emerald before we leave this. I think it's one way when you leave this area, right? Like you can't come back through the cave. We definitely need 2 steel needlers or whatever. Let me see. Ignore defenses. Yeah. Harito's logo? Absolutely. It got it. I could switch to hunting knife now. Yeah, let's switch to hunting knife now. Sell the short sword. I should have waited. second hunting knife for Reese. Item. I want to get the monitor up to the top of the list. Oh, maybe I can, maybe I can unequip the boots. And give, oh, no, they removed that. They removed that useful thing that you could do. So now 2 hunting knives should allow me to kill 2 enemies per turn. Which should make grinding a lot faster. It is a mystery. Yeah, now we can take out... Okay, it doesn't kill those dudes in one hit like the sword does, though. So those still take 2 hits.
Roast turkey soup.
Oh, thank you, Nico Jazz. Roast turkey soup. Looks delicious, actually. It is a mystery why neural networks behave the way that they do. Okay. So. Just saved it. Get rid of... Oh, we gained a level. That's an island. Is there another... Can we see... There's a thing to the right and there's a thing all the way down. I think the thing all the way down is a temple, if I'm not mistaken. What? What was that? Instant death. I didn't even read what it said, but it just said, like, you've been poisoned. You've been defeated. I've never seen that before. That's a good one, Helvetica Stare. Got the Dr. Pepper logo. Perfect, too. If anybody wants to go back in the VOD and see what the fuck happened there, I've never seen that before, but I had full health. I got poisoned. And then I instantly died. Very strange. All right, we get our first moose. No. 12 damage from moose. A lot of moose. Only lions belong in Lia's palace. Be gone. I didn't have full HP, right? It was blocked, you can't get in. I didn't have full HP because I had just leveled up. But yeah, it did no damage. Now we're getting these mooses. Felt like the encounter table was just fucked before for some reason. Yeah, see? I got ambushed, I got poisoned. I didn't die. Why did it kill... Is it because I got an encounter while I was in the fucking map screen? Is that it? Did it, like, fuck up all of my status? What a strange, poorly made game. It's interesting. There's a lot to like about this game. But man. Man. It was the Eindon that did it. It was the Eindon that did it, not a Rappy. Instant death. Instant death. I've not played a substantial amount of 4, but of the first 3, I think that 1 is the best for its time. 2 is also very good. This game has good ideas and is very ambitious, but fumbles the execution. How many battles will we need to get in to get enough money to get that Force Emerald? 790? We get 10. But we're not guaranteed to not get that, like, single Rappy bullshit, right? It is blocked, you can't get in. West and south. Temple. What do you mean somehow made it canon? When was this game ever not canon? I guess I have to talk to NPCs to find out what to do. The map doesn't line up with where you actually are, so there's that. Oh, I guess I can take the boat. I mean, this game already does that, right? Plot-wise and ending-wise, like, this game fits in the Phantasy Star lore. It's got some very interesting shit. But, like, you got to suffer through. You have to actually play all the way through the game to get to those endings and to that lore. Yeah. Okay, so conceptually, this game is totally fine. It's 100% the execution of this game that is fucked up. Well, 99%. Playing a dipshit who's upset that he can't marry an amnesiac is not a great way to start a game, story-wise. But, like, who knows, right? Who knows? Maybe he finds the girl on the beach and he's just nice to her. Like, he's a good person to her for several years, and they actually, like, they grow to care for each other and have a good relationship, even though she doesn't know her past, right? Who knows? Yeah. Be careful. Danger lurks everywhere. Hello, nurse. I don't think it is. I think it actually undermines, like, a large element of the story that, like, oh, hey, like, your dude's a super fucking creep and your quest has started out with bad intentions. Kind of sucks compared to, like, hey, your guy has, like, there's a reason for this emotional investment. There's a reason to go questing across the world and, like, actually be a good person instead of just, you know, some entitled royal douche being like, well, I wanted my girl, right? Because then, them getting married in the end after, like, all of these tribulations and stuff would make sense, right? That it's like, yeah, and like, it's one of those things where it's like, the way it plays out, it's like, I can totally see why it wouldn't make any sense to marry Maya after the events that happened in Generation 1. And so, given the choice, I was always like, hey, that seems kind of fucked up. I'm gonna marry the person that, like, actually has some interaction with most of the fucking plot of the entire first generation, right? And, like, it would make a lot more sense if there just isn't any character growth, because they probably didn't have time to put it in, right? Like, if the opening cutscene was like, hey, this mysterious woman washed up on the beach, and here's the, like, months and years of, like, the prince of Reese trying to help her regain her memory and just being a generally good person to her, and eventually falling in love and wanting to get married and all this shit, right? It's like, that wouldn't be really meaningful, because it's like, hey, you didn't know who this person is, and you're still being kind to them and helping them, and even though they don't know their past, they see good in this person and want that future, even not knowing their past, right? But the way it is, it's just like, a woman washed up on a beach and they got married. Whee! It's just fucking throwaway. And I think, right, I'd like to think that it was meant to be, that it was, like, implied, right? That, like, oh, yeah, he actually, like, cares for her and is a good person to her for long enough beforehand that they consider marriage as you know, roughly as equals or whatever, right? And it's not a manipulative, fucked up thing like it seems to be at first glance, based on, you know, what's actually in the game. Like, imagine Romeo and Juliet without any of the exposition or character building. just the sequence of events basically stated. And it's like, wow, that's a real fucked up story. Holy shit. Why would anyone want to read this? Hey, Marmot, how's it going? Now I'm fucking afraid of these Eindons that they're like just gonna fucking insta-kill me with poison for some reason. Yes and yes. I'm gonna save the game real quick. See, here's the thing, right? I think that they hard-coded all of the shops and stuff in this. So when you come back to these areas later in future generations, the shops still have the same fucking inventory. So they put items in the shops that you can't use right away, such that you would be able to, it would be useful when you revisit later. However, some of them you can use shortly after. Okay, nothing unusual here. No boat. We can't get on the boat. We gotta find out about the boat. The man by the fountain owns the boat, but he will not sail unless he has a cyborg on board. Alright, we can get Ren, I think. Or Mew. I'm superstitious, old man. Good Prince Reese. Cyborgs are good luck charms, if you ask me. Alright, we gotta find a cyborg. Anyway, if you go to the areas where they're selling the, like, really expensive shit, you can get really high-level gear really early in the game, and it makes the entire first generation a joke, basically. But also, grinding to get that much money makes you also super powerful. Because you also get a ton of XP. I guess we have to go to Elon, and Elon is gonna tell us where a cyborg is. Welcome to our town of Elon. The way the characters walk in this kind of bugs me. Because they're like, they're doing this like
Tier 100 game
jaunty
decides
thing.
that now would be a good time to taunt us with equipment that we won't be able to afford until well into the next generation.
Ultimo, thank you for the 100 bits. It's actually not that. It's that I don't think they had the
I think I'm being
Games Addict, thank you for the follow. I think they didn't have the fucking tech to make the shops have different inventory from one generation to the next. Arachio destroyed Laia 1,000 years ago. The old man won't let me on his boat unless I have a cyborg. Now where can I find a cyborg? I saw one of Laia's people at a lake. By the northeastern forest, the woman never blinked. Oh, right, she's on the fucking map. That's right. Yeah, it's kind of a Simon Belmont movement. But yeah, if we get Mew, we'll have 4 attacks, which should make the combat go even faster. She's also fast, I think. Northeast Lake. We go off the island. Dana, how's it going? Welcome. Hey, Kuiper Frog. I've also heard that the team who made this was inexperienced with making RPGs. And also, like, I mentioned it before, right? This game is 768K ROM size. Phantasy Star 1 is 512K ROM size. This game was jammed into way too small of a cart space to save money. And it had half the development time of Phantasy Star 2. And then a quarter of the development time of Phantasy Star 4. No, I'm not one of Laia's people, Prince. I'm a combat cyborg, designation Mew type. I have been waiting for 1,000 years for you. Only a descendant of Arachio can command me. Mew joins your party. So we get Mew. Claw vest ribbon. We gotta get her another claw. Mew has techniques. Now, the way techniques work in this game sucks. Everybody has... There's basically 4 types of techniques, and anyone who has one technique in a category has them all. All techniques cost, like... Not the same, but, like... All techniques in a category cost the same. So group heal and single heal cost the same. Gamer potion. Oh, man. Okay, claws do enough damage for her. Yeah, no, unfortunately, no meow in this game. You know, Dana, here's the thing. If you take your time in the first game and make a map of the dungeons, you'll do great. Or use a map. But take your time. Don't be like, can... Mew. Only Mew can use claws. And Mew can only use claws. You can just use a map then. But the thing is, right? Don't just go in the dungeon and be like... Don't go in the dungeon and be like... I'm going to go straight to the objective and win, because it'll frequently be too difficult if you do so. Right? You have to take your time as if you were exploring and like fighting and then like retreat back to town when you're hurt. What is it? The first game doesn't have that. Phantasy Star 1 doesn't have that. And to be honest, Saber Viper, thank you for the 300 bits. I don't think...
Go 300 list of random foods. Garlic cheesy. Blimey, garlic rings, hamburgers, baverdin. Tortilla, chicken pot pie, shepherd, lettuce pie. Pie. Spaghetti with bolognese sauce, steak and kidney. Pie. Foy's gross, apple pie.
Foy's gross! Shepherd's nipples pies. Yeah, but doesn't that apply to, like... Doesn't that same thing apply to wizardry? And, like, Bard's Tale? And Dragon Quest? And, I guess not technically to Might and Magic, but Might and Magic has the, like, number system. Here's the thing, though. I don't think the first Phantasy Star needed rebalancing. Right? I don't think it needed it at all. It benefits from it in the context of, like, modern gamers want their games to be easier, or less time consuming. But it was a pretty damn balanced game to begin with. Christ, serious, thank you for the raid.
Camera for a minute. My wife had to milk the goat. That's it. The buttons are labeled.
She has heal. And whatever the fuck Fanby, Forza, Nasak, and Shu are. Final Fantasy 14 online Blitzball. She has heal and order. Okay, so check this out, right? We have Rez, Girez, Rever, and Anti. So, basically, we have to pick which spells we want to work good and which ones we want to work bad. And the more level up, the more space on chart. Ah, I see. So, here's the problem. Rever never fucking works. Even if you give it, like, all the points, it doesn't fucking work. It just fails. Entirely. Anti also fails most of the time. But you're much more likely to get poisoned more frequently, and it's going to cost you more money than people getting dead, because if people get dead, you just reload the game. So you want to set it up either this way or this way. I'm going to set it up this way because you have a group heal and a single heal, both of which cost the same. So we're going to make the group heal stronger, because that way she'll be able to heal the whole group for the same cost as single heals. All right, I need to look at the manual. That's the hint book. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I did, Hickler. Okay, techniques. Order techniques. Fandy, Forza, Nasak, and Shu. So, Nasak kills you and heals your party. Completely fucking useless. Absolutely 100% useless. However, Forza, also fucking useless. So guess what? Fanby and Shu are the two useful things here that you can get. One increases your attack, one increases your defense. I don't give a shit. I can't have both. I have two useless skills here, because Forza never works. Literally fucking never works. Most enemies here are immune to it, and it has a like 1% success rate if they're not immune. So we're just going to put all of her points into Fanby, because Fanby increases attack power, and like the only time I'm going to need to use techniques in combat is when I'm fighting bosses and shit. Shu increases defense, but by the time Shu will be useful, because it's single target only, characters are probably going to be dying already, and we'll just have to heal them instead. So now that Ney has 2 claws, we can kill up to 4 enemies per battle. So that's pretty good. And now it costs us 10 to heal at the inn. Like, the big problem is that, like, everything mechanical in this game has, like, I like the idea, right? You can customize your spells to balance stuff in one way or another, right? But they should have made the spells useful, right? They should have made the distribution meaningful. Instead of like, because a lot of the ones that don't succeed, it's supposed to increase their success chance, but like 10 pips of it gets you like a plus 1% real increase in success chance. It's ridiculous. So like Cure Poison doesn't work. Like there's a Cure Poison spell that uses up your technique points and doesn't work most of the time, even if you dump all your shit into it. So you're better off cranking up your group heal, which costs the same as your single heal, and ignoring Cure Poison and Revive entirely. Just carry Antidote. Buy antidotes. Yeah. There was like one person who knew what they were doing, and like a bunch of inexperienced people who were given. It's how do you even like how do you put this, right? Like, the team was set up to fail in multiple ways.
Fade saw Keela and attacked without pause.
But it's like, what did management reasonably expect out of a novice team working on a novice team working on a big name property on a more ambitious scale with less resources, right? I need to take a quick break. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to the inn, get our HP back and save. Oops, that's the wrong button. Does anyone happen to know the points of no return in this? I need to know so I can make sure to buy the shit that I need to buy before I lose the opportunity to. All right, so we're going to go here. Yeah, that's exactly it, Green Herring. Move around freely. Okay, I thought there were some caves you couldn't go back through. But I need to take a quick break. So here's some stressful music and horrifying images. Please enjoy. I'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I forgot to pause the timer, so... It's fine. That was only a minute or two. Run the blaster. There we go. But yeah, now we can kill 4 dudes a turn. I just need to find the, like, best 4 dudes to kill. Right? Okay, so if there's no point of no return, that means when we get the boat, we'll still be able to ride the boat back. Welcome aboard. There's someone holed up in the cave on the island. I hear he stole a gem. Oh, they show you see the palace down there in the muck? Our oldest legend says the evil dark force is trapped there by the sword of Arachio. Like, the exposition is so amateurish, too. Good dungeon music. All right, let's bust out the map. It just skips. They put the fucking map at the back of the book. Island Cavern. Okay, when I talk about the dungeon design of this game, I want you to know exactly what I mean. Folks, if you're worried about getting lost in the dungeons in this game, don't be. You do not need a map. There's very little to the dungeons in this game. That's like... It's just these giant empty spaces and, like, tons of encounters. It's wild. On the other hand, 41 Maseda. No, I think it's because they literally didn't have time to design anything. Or skill. They were like, what's a cave look like? Escapoop. Use poison. Are you ready, though? Are you ready for how frequently antidote works even outside of combat? No? There we go. 50% so far. What's this? So there's kind of solid continuity between the PS users, like Final Fantasy, which is tied. They are, all three of the games are a single solid continuity with time passing. Well, yeah, with time passing between each. This game takes place. It's complicated. This game takes place both 1,000 years before Phantasy Star 2 and over 1,000 years after. Wait, what? Oh, right, because they all cost 5 points, but it still makes the noise as if you had successfully used a technique when you unsuccessfully use a technique. Nothing unusual here. Found a dynamite. Eat shit, moose. An antidote. If only I hadn't spent those. If only I hadn't spent those 10 points curing 1 poison. But yeah, map of the cave? Fucking nothing. Fucking RPG Maker bullshit. Yep. Hi, I'm Lyle. Yes, I do have the sapphire. I don't really need it, so you're welcome to it. I'd like to join you on your adventure, but I have other things to do now. See you around. And he turns into a chest with a sapphire inside. Oh yeah. Buckle that sapphire on. I don't waste a fucking... The writing too, like... I heard there's a guy in a cave who stole a jewel. Hi, I'm Lyle. I'm gonna join you, but later. Bye. It's so fucking... It's so fucking... You know? But again, right? Flesh out the... Like... Flesh out the writing. Flesh out the story and the interactions. And... Like... You know... Oh, wait, shit, this is not the right place. Where to go? Like, flesh out all the stuff in this game and it's really cool. Right? Like, give hints to Lyle's existence before you meet him, right? Like, not just some dude stole a gem. Like actually leave breadcrumbs for players to piece together what's going on. Like, it's so empty, you know? It's just like, Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. I showed you the thing in the manual, right, PNU? Did you see that? Speaking of things out of order. Fucking... In the manual, they're like, today's your big day. You're marrying Maya, the mysterious woman found on the shores of your father's kingdom. Turn into a jet, blah, 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 right? That's the intro to the story. None of the fucking shit that actually talks about the world or the people or the war. And then several pages later, you get this fucking... You get this. And then you get this. You get this fucking thing. You get fucking... You get... When you reach Skyhaven and talk to the councilman. But it's just like thrown in there like just some random fucking shit. Okay, we can go back and forth, so we can go back there to get money. That's good. See that palace? Dark Force. Careful, danger lurks everywhere. I guess we could just go to the fucking next continent, right? Do I give a shit about getting a Force Emil for Lena? It's not a weapon. And it takes this... No, not your wife. You don't transform like the manual says you do. What does the manual say? This is the tragic start of what seems to be a never-ending journey into a world of loathsome creatures and wicked souls. Explore 7 danger-ridden worlds as you fend off mutated beasts with swords, knives, and bows. Transform into an aerojet and fly over mountain peaks and lifeless deserts. Turn into an aqua swimmer and cross the blue seas. Or become a submersible and dive to a sunken palace. It's like some fucking weirdo elevator pitch jack off shit. Not like the fucking hint book has it better, right? The hint book says the world around you is a mystery known only through tales of terror. None of your people have ventured beyond the borders of Landon for hundreds of years. Legends tell of a long ago time when one could walk to other worlds where strange beasts prowled alien landscapes and where vast treasures awaited the bold. Then came the dark times 1,000 years ago when the gateways were sealed in the Devastation War. The great Arakio led his cyborg armies against Laya's monstrous hordes. Weapons of unimaginable power laid waste to worlds and shifted moons in their orbits. None No one returned from the final battle. Neither Arachio nor Lio was ever seen again. Even though a millennium has passed, Landon has not yet recovered from the destruction of the war. Right? So, that's a much better introduction to, like, the game than this fucking, like, elevator pitch back-of-the-box bullshit. Like, wow! Like, they're trying to sell you on a game you already fucking have. You know? And it's like, fucking... Just put some of the interesting stuff in the manual. They made the mistake of, like, putting a bunch of, like, lore and descriptive shit in the clue book. And then nobody bought the clue book because they found the game to be boring. It's a good, like, here's the thing, right? I'm talking about all this shit the game does wrong because I would have liked the game to be better. I'm not, like... It's not the same kind of frustration I have with games, like, that do things so wrong that I just get, like, really... that I get really annoyed at playing. Like, playing this game is a piece of cake, right? It gets a lot of the basic stuff right, where it's like, yeah, just you go in the dungeon, you kill some shit, you level up, you get the money, power thing. It never really gets in its own way with a bunch of stuff that, like, it never gets in its own way with a bunch of stuff like forced loss battles and, like, stupid over-exposition. So, like, in some ways, it's pretty good that, like, it could have been a lot worse what could have come out of this game. Because imagine if this game got stuck with, like, the later generation's bad RPG tropes, right? Lucky. Imagine how bad this could have been with, like... Legend of Dragoon seems really cool for about 2 hours, and then it looks like a complete fucking slog. Based on seeing Hesh play it. I haven't played Legend of Dragoon. But it's certainly in that era of what, like late 5th gen? 5th gen? Late PlayStation 1 era. Where it's like... It's like... If the game wasn't like 25 million hours long, people would feel cheated. It's a shame that Heavenly Sword kind of sucked. Because what would have been really cool, right?
My God, that's fantastic.
Chuckman, thank you for the raid. Can I get a shout out for Chuckman? Thank you for sharing that, Chuck. What were you up to? Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2. Huh? That's one of them. That's one of the hard ones, right? That went well. I hope you won the game. I was starting to say, I wish Heavenly Sword had been, like, really, really good. Like, just unbelievably good. Like, just absolute focus and, like, 8 hours of just the sickest shit, right? But it wasn't. It was middling at best. And the reason I wish it was successful is so that we could have gotten shorter games. So that it would have been acceptable to release a $50 game that was 8 hours long and just fucking knocked it out of the park. But what happened was, it was a middling game, and it was like 8 hours long, and people were like, you're charging fucking $60 for this? You're charging $60 for like 8 hours of kind of bullshit? And that made people, at that time, it reinforced that fear that had been growing for a long time of gamer value, right? Love how you have to go all the way to the second floor and then individually cure poison on 2 different people. like fucking Phantasy Star 1 had this shit figured out. You go in the hospital, and it gives you all your everything back. You go in the hospital, it gives you everything back. And you can save the game anywhere. Well, that's what I'm saying, Ralph, right? Is that people shit on MSRP. No, I cannot. But MSRP is not a meaningful metric for video games in the US. I can tell you that much. But the problem was that Heavenly Sword was 8 hours long, and everybody considered that to be a ripoff because it was so short, right? And part of the problem with that was that it wasn't that the game was short that made it a ripoff, it was that it was kind of crappy. But as a result, we ended up getting these, like, huge, sprawling games with, like, tens of hours of content, right? And then we also get, like, look at the, like, so, probably the best source would be to look at EGM. Look at EGM for that era and compare prices from multiple mail order outlets. Those are generally usually a little bit lower than in-store prices, but not by a whole lot. And usually for 7899 or 7988. And usually for games that they expected to be popular, they would charge more on top of whether the game had a different profit margin. Now, I do recall the average Master System game price and the price of Phantasy Star 1 at the time, which would have been, I believe, $30 for regular cartridges and $45 for Phantasy Star 1. That would have been in, what, 88? Or 89? Late 88 or early 89. But again, right, like, MSRP, fucking MSRP might have been $60 for all I know, because MSRP is fucking meaningless, right? I don't think I've ever, like, I don't think at any point in the past I ever paid MSRP for, like, anything, right? Because it's here's what you're supposed to charge. Also, this number is like 50% more so that you can claim you're giving people a discount and sell it at the actual price that people are selling this at. There's also a problem that there's a large number of Canadian publications floating around online that people point to and go, yo, games were so expensive on the Super Nintendo. And like, no, they fucking weren't. Those are Canadios, you dipshit. There's a lot of misinformation about game prices. Read advertisements. Read advertisements in EGM and other large national U.S. magazines to see what people were offering. Because games were $40 to $50, and usually there was a 20 to 25% like popular game. They were less expensive when you consider inflation sales, because inflation tracks how much people think that dollar was worth. But look at wage stagnation in comparison. Right? When the minimum wage was $7.50 and a video game cost $30, right? Versus now, when the minimum wage is $7.50 and a video game costs $70, right? One of those is more expensive, and it's not the one in the 90s. Right. That's exactly the problem, is that relative to the dollar, games are cheaper. Relative to spending power, they're much more expensive. Oh, shit, we're playing as Arakio? Damn. I can't wait for the Devastation War to happen. Inflation is an effect. It's not a... Inflation isn't a cause. Which game, Ultimo? This game? Phantasy Star 3? Yeah. And again, right, like, you can probably find a source somewhere that'll list it as $70. So, Yeah, there were outliers for sure, but like, I hate to put it this way, but a lot of people got ripped off in the 80s and 90s because, like, if you were the only game shop in town and video games were booming, like, is somebody going to drive 2.5 hours to some fucking other store in Connecticut where their prices are fucking half? Probably not, because that costs money and time. So if you're the only game store in town, you can charge $50 for your fucking 2-year-old NES carts. Because it wasn't like it is today, where you could order something online or just like download the fucking game. You couldn't. So people were able to Hey Atarin, how's it going? Right, but that's it, right? Is that, like, I'm not going to drive like 2.5 hours or whatever the fuck it is in the dead of winter when winter used to exist. I'm not going to drive to fucking Winstead, Connecticut, because that's the next nearest Toys R Us and they have better prices than like the fucking Kmart in town. Right? Like, you know what I mean, though? Like, that's going to cost you more in, like, opportunity cost, fuel. You'll probably have to get food on the way there or back because the kids are fucking yelling. That was me. I was the kid yelling. And, like, it's this whole fucking thing. And so, are you going to spend $1989? Like, are you going to spend $1989 more on getting Zelda at Kmart instead of doing that whole fucking trek? Of course you are. Right? So a lot of stores got away with price gouging because they could. Because you couldn't just go push a key on a magic light box and make a game appear like you can now. So there's a much wider variety, but I go by the prices that we typically paid when we went to a game store that had wide stock and stuff like that. Hey, K-Price, how's it going? I was talking about how and why game prices vary so much, where like there's like MSRP and there's how much specific people remember paying, and like how wildly different stories on the internet of how much games cost at a particular time. Yeah, $60 for a game. $60 for a game in '93 was kind of a tall order, at least in the Northeast United States, at a store that dealt in games. And again, right, like, yeah, like some people paid some wild fucking prices, but those were uncommon. I mean, now it's wildly, it's a lot different now with retro games and stuff. But yeah, and again, right, like, you might see a flyer from a store that had locations in both United States and Canada, and if that flyer scan is from a Canadian store, it's going to be like 25% or 50% more expensive because it's in Canadios and not US dollars. So, like, it can wildly vary by location, by what type of store it was, by like regional pricing, by like even in some cases like month to month. Stores would jack up prices when a game was really popular. You'd be paying way more for it than you should because they could charge that. And MSRP was jacked. If you were paying MSRP for games ever in your entire life, you were getting ripped off. Different now with digital distribution where they're like, hey, what if we just charge people MSRP? What if we just charged $70 for a game now? So it's normalized, right? It's also normalized because, like, a local store can sell you a game for $80, but you're just going to buy it off Amazon for $70 instead, right? You're not going to pay... You're not gonna pay more to get a game locally unless there's some extra factor involved, right? Like maybe it's hard to find and it's sold out from all of the big distributors, right? I know I had to go to a local place to pick up a copy of Demon's Souls in 2007 or whenever that was, right? I went to some place in Little Tokyo B in LA and picked it up because they had a copy. I called around a bunch of stores and was like, hey, do you have a copy of this game? Because it was, in fact, sold out online, and they sold out of the regular copy, and I bought a, like, collector's edition or whatever. So, like, it's, I don't know. Right, it's a complex market. There's a lot of dynamic factors to it, and in the end, like, in the end, I think, like, at the time, game prices were lower than what some people paid in general, but also MSRPs were fucking nuts back then. Also, wealth growth versus economic growth is a complicating factor. So, like, yeah, games cost, games cost more in nominal dollars or whatever, but wages haven't grown on the low end of things. So if you were making $100,000 a year in the 80s and you're making $100,000 today, one of those you're like fucking rich and one of those you're not. But in some cases, it's literally the same jobs, right? Federal minimum wage hasn't grown very much in the intervening time. It's only very recently that state minimum wages have started to catch up. So, if you're paying $70 for a game in 2007, or you're paying $70 for a game in... Yeah, but that's... Again, that's nominal dollars, right? That's only if your wage grew by the amount of inflation from 1994 to 2023, right? So, what is it? Right? So, like, if you were making, right, if you were making $7.50 in 1994, $7.50 an hour, and you're making the federal minimum wage today, you're making less than half as much money right? So, like, that's a big part of that problem is that, well, shit, like, you know, if your wage doubled from 1994 to today, then that's awesome. Yeah, it's malicious. Yeah, absolutely. What do you got? What do you got for me? Ribbon vest, shield boots. I did get a shield that I don't want. Vest, ribbon, claw. Can she wear boots? No, but she can wear force boots. She can wear force boots.
Peanut butter burger.
Hope you enjoy your peanut butter burger. Way out west. Burger. Burger.
Hamburger Alfredo.
Thank you for the 75 bits and the 75 bits. Hamburger Alfredo. I hear they're like speed. Or they're none of those give speed.
Peanut butter flambe.
That doesn't look very good. Thank you, AOS, for the 75 bits. Shaxford, thank you for the 75 bits.
Roast beef burrito.
Okay, that's just a wrap, but that's not... That's not inherently...
Egg sandwich.
That's also not inherently upsetting. Way OS saying the 75 bits. Alright, we're gonna...
Milk mashed potatoes.
You can add milk to mashed potatoes to make them smoother in texture. I do recommend using a heavier, fattier substance like cream or half and half. But milk works.
Corn cookies.
Corn cookies. Good. Do 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 do. 4 musics in like 2.5 seconds. The sapphire glows and you are inside. Alright, dungeon map time. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Land in Aquatica Cavern. Notice anything about this cavern? It's fucking empty. So, there's nothing. There's just fucking nothing to it. Good evening, Boot Blacking. How are you doing? The beard, the ponytail, and the sunglasses. Using a monocular.
Oh, I see.
Noodle, beef noodle. Thank you for the
mind
big
running
raid.
camera for a minute? My wife had to milk the goat.
Can we get a shout out for Noodle Beef Noodle? Hello, Deathblow. How you doing, Noodle? What were you streaming today? Ah, thank you, Hesh. Harvester. What did you harvest this time? Some wheat, some corn. Have a good lurk, Deathblow. This guy, our sick thing for the 80 bits. Welcome, everybody. I'm Duke Donuts.
Mango Deluxe.
Mango Deluxe. We got all kinds of silly shit here. I'm playing Phantasy Star 3. We've harvested everyone. Excellent. Mr. J Twitch, the Leo Relic. Welcome, everyone. Got all kinds of little gimmicks for fun. I'm going the wrong way in this cave. Been poisoned yet, right? Oh. Mew is 7 to 32. How much is that? This game has dynamic music that changes when you're like, when it thinks you're winning or losing a battle, or like when the battle has just started. Saber Viper, thank you for gifting a sub to Noodle Beef Noodle. That means we're gonna get what I call neural nonsense. A large language model is gonna generate some kind of nonsense story, and TTS is gonna read it out.
List of 100 unreleased video games. 1. Bandersnatch 2, Dando 3, Cyclops 4, Vassal 5, The Ultimate Doom 4, Laser Trip 6, Gatorland 7, The Bad Travel Guys 8, Die Hard 2.9, Mega Man 2.10, Pokemon Yellow. For more info on that Mega Man and Paper series, you can go to the following link, http://beltomated.blogspot.com/search?f=6. I'll be covering Zelda's The Minish Cap not long from now. https://twinelectrodigital.wordpress.com/2016/08/17/herho. I found and played Skyrim once, on PS4, but so far, Skyrim, I have the PS2 version. They look great. I'm really loving the new models and
PS2 version of Skyrim,
will be great too, but the game could benefit from a full-week version of Skyrim in a near-future dystopia. The land stands on the brink of civil war, under the leadership of a corporate corrupt.
Oh, no worries. Get some sleep. Yeah. Totally understand. Thank you again for the big raid, Noodle. Hope you had a wonderful stream. Hope you have a good night. And get lots of good rest.
I'm gonna give him 100 bits. I'm gonna go.
Tier 100. Snail.
Green Herring, thank you for the 100 snail bits. Okay, 20 to 45. So that gives 20 to 45 is what? 25? He's got 57 is 14. Monomate inside. Yeah, okay. So we want to prioritize single target heal. Hello, Peepo Pumpkin Mage. Welcome. Until we get a full party, and then we want to prioritize multi-target. Okay, now we're in Aquatica. Should be a town to our east. Buzzgull! 16 Maseda for 2. Alright. This is Rysel, stranger. Small fishing village. We're all suffering from hunger and severe cold. Real quick. So in this game, when your characters know a specific type of technique, you can change the distance. They know all 4 of the individual techniques in that, like discipline, and you can redistribute the techniques however you like. So in this case, individual heal is probably more valuable than group heal, but we can like distribute it a bunch of different ways. Raver is like raise dead, but it never works. And then anti is cure poison, but it also doesn't work very well. It has like at least a 50% failure rate. Yeah, even when it's set up like this. So we want to make single target heal more valuable because multi-heal heals like a total of 30 points across 2 characters, where single target heal with fewer pips was healing like 25. It's hunting claws. Hype train, scam train, 1 sub, 180 bits. Thank you so much, everybody. Hunting claw also gives defense for some reason. We can sell off her regular claws. So, because of the way this game is set up, you play this game over the course of multiple generations. So, we're in the first generation. We've just kind of started out. And we're playing as this dude, Reese, whose bride was, $0 of hype chat. $0 of hype chat. His bride was stolen during their wedding. We minstrels know much of the ancient legends. My favorite is one that tells of our people fleeing a terrible evil thing called Dark Force. Legend says we are the last survivors of a race that sailed between the stars. So your main dude found a woman on the beach. She was amnesiac, and like they decided to get married for some reason. Deadly winter came upon us without warning. We can't fish in a sea of ice. We're starving. Please help us before we all die. So during the wedding, a dragon showed up and carried the girl off, and your guy was like, I gotta go save her. And then, like, here we are, kind of wandering around randomly to figure out how to save her. But, can he use... Steel armor's plus 20. Can't use chest. Yes. Steel armor for Reese. We found this cyborg randomly.
I think I'm being followed.
Lukowski, thank you for the
What
follow.
could they want from me?
Yeah, that's what we want. Hunting vest. Hunting armor. Vest. fine. It's fine. So now we're just kind of wandering around trying to like find our kidnapped fiance, and because the game takes place over multiple generations, hello sniper, I believe that they just didn't have the time or expertise to make the shop inventory update through the different generations. So now you're left with these shops that have a bunch of like very high value late game items in them that you can just save up for and buy very early on. So it's interesting that they chose to do that. Hello, my voltage. Welcome. $50? 50? Claw hunting, blah, blah, blah. Lash Gull. Okay, those are towns. Those are what, ruins? Well, that's just it, right? I think the reason why all the villages use the same tile set is because, like, they just didn't they didn't have the ROM space to do anything with it, right? They had like the same amount of space as.
I'm gonna give him 100 bits.
Cheer 100. If there was any one great tragedy about Phantasy Star 3, it was that it almost worked. Give me a good or simply mediocre game any day. Even give me a bad game if you must, for it would surely be better than what Phantasy Star 3 has done to me. The entire game is good, but is in turn balanced out by something bad. Review from 1992 Edge, I think.
I'll do nothing for the 100 bits. Oh, she doesn't have any toilet paper. I forgot to go to the inn. Wait, are we poisoned? No, okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. We need 20,000 Masada. We need 20,000 at the next place. No, 40,000. That's okay. We only need to do... Excuse me? How do you find this? How would you find that? Here we are in another brilliantly designed and masterfully executed dungeon. Let's take a look at the map. Notice how it's all the same tiles, and it's just a giant circuitous snake to keep you from getting to the end. These dungeons are cheaply made. Not unless I talk to... Not unless I missed one. None of the NPCs in the town said anything about an invisible entrance to a thing by the ruins. They said they were starving. They said they couldn't fish because of the ice. They said... I think that's all they said, actually. I might have missed one, though. I like how the enemies just kind of fall down when they die, too. Or disappear. Falling down looks even worse than disappearing. Bum 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 bum. Bit of dynamite. Bum 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 bum. That's, yeah, every enemy is like that. There isn't a single enemy in this game that has more than, like, 3 frames of animation. 3 frames. Birthday song at Applebee's. You mean the, like, that one? Is that what the birthday song at Applebee's sounds like? Holy shit. Applebee's goes way harder than I remember. Happy birthday, yeah! But it's just this. It never goes anywhere. The beat never drops. I think that's it. There's nothing else in here. Dun 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 dun. And it still doesn't tell you where any of the shit is on the map. I would be annoyed if I had the hint book even. Like, here's the world. Good luck guessing where all the shit is. You're fucking kidding me. Okay, here's what the map looks like in the hint book, right? Here's what the map looks like in the hint book. Here's what the map looks like in the game. Look at these fucking mountains. Why? Why is it different? Green Herring, thank you for the clip. Where the fuck am I? Hey, Soki, how's it going? Like, totally fucking empty. And because the maps are inaccurate, you have no idea whether, like, you're even looking in the right spot or not. The cyborgs of Hazatak rarely get human guests. Really now? They rarely get human guests in this cyborg town with the same fucking innkeeper of fucking everywhere else. Ah, yes, this cyborg town. It's wildly different from the other towns we've been to. Bandana. Protector, cape, headgear, stealimal. Ah! This house is a little different. What do you got? Who needs to regain the will to fight? You know, Zero Skunk, I think this game, it has a lot of potential. It has a lot of cool ideas, but they fumbled the execution. Unlabeled House of Healing, by the way. That doesn't cure poison for some reason. Yes, we need this. We need this royal noodle. So that's what we're going to be doing for, like, a while. If there's no poisoners here... Yeah, unaccredited resurrection place. Find Ren, then go east to fix the weather. Sounds like the weather control needs adjusting. An old crazy cyborg wanders the desert. Yeah, the clone clown. Pretty good. Although, I think, for real, it's Meow. The one you seek abides in a western cave. Maybe in the cave is good. Although, the cave on Dipshit Island was really good. The cave on Dipshit Island worked out really good in this. The enemies in, like... I was saying this before, another problem this game had... Oh! Yes! Oh, the best attack animation. Get ready for it. Look at these huge muscular dudes. They're gonna crush us. They're gonna do some kind of wild attack. Oh. Just... So you know what I did? I made an image edit of that where instead of it being them wiggling their finger, I transposed the finger wiggling animation somewhere else on their body. Can you guess? I did that one too, Cactus Bee. I did that also.
Without pause, they drew weapons.
It's so good.
Ren's Cavern. Yep. Yep, just hit the spray tool once and you got a dungeon. One little burst of the spray tool in MS Paint, and you got a dungeon. Flail! Giga Chad attacks. So we want to get Ren. This one we'll probably use the Escapoop on. like, Ren is in the middle. Yes! Giant Freddy head. They have high armor. Yeah, ear wiggle. But that's part of the problem, right? Like, I still do it. Not enough that it's visible on camera. When he's named Grinder, too. Yeah. There's 2 chests. There's 2 chests. I don't know what's in them. The hint book doesn't even tell you what's in these chests, by the way. Chuba, what do you got? What do you got? Oh, good. Chanuses. I don't think I want to I don't think I want to shop at Chanuses. You gained a level. Oh. Violarte. Man, look at that stippled chungus. She can kill one of those right away, and then that, yeah, there we go. Sure don't like when they use Sue. Technique. Yeah. That's how we want that to work. They don't even give you an escapipe in here. You notice they're not giving me, like, weapons and armor and cool items in anything, in any of the chests or anything like that. Another big problem of this game is that it like there's nothing. There's nothing special or interesting. You get better items from the shops, like even early on. Like, you'll get items from the shop that'll be better than anything you find in a chest through the entire game. Like those Royal Needlers. Here's Ren. I'm a Ren-type cyborg programmed to serve you. I'm a technical systems and combat specialist. Ren joins your party. Like, it's so dry. There's just like, now we've got more, but like here, right? Dynamic music. We've got more instruments now that we have more people in the party. Ren doesn't have a weapon right now. Yeah, he's a freeloader. I hope I can find the poison cure person in this town over here. Yeah, he's only 1,000 years old. He's been doing fucking jack shit with his life for 1,000 years. I guess I don't need a poison cure place because I can just go here. Be careful out there. And then I can use Mew to cure dude and then save the game. Okay, now we need to get Ren a shot. We need to get Ren something to shoot with. Imagine if you only got experience. If only the person making the kill got experience. Hunting shot. Only the person making the kill gets the experience, and everybody joins at level 1. An enemy's defense goes like way up as you get further in the game. Right, save the game. Yes. Be careful out there. Be careful out there, chat. Now, does anyone know if there's fucked up stuff where you can like fight way later game enemies and get like a lot of money from them? Oh no, it's Gripper. Croatia's thungs. Hey, I beat. How's it going? Yeah, we got the extra instrument. You get a new instrument every time you add someone to the party. Because it seems like... Now, I'm going out on a limb here, but it seems like going back to that cave in... this doesn't really have any screen flashing. That's 2. But... it seems like I was getting maybe 40 per fight in the island cave. And I was only getting about 40 per fight in Ren's cave. Maybe inside Climatrol? Yeah, setups like this, like 6 little dudes, is a good one. 71 to 99 will get you the neural food down here. I really ought to do a thing. Even 71 bits, floor's lava.
Sausage nachos.
Oh, that looks like some chorizo on there. Honestly. That sounds good. Sausage nachos. Delicious. Aha, here we go. Guess what? It's another dungeon that looks like this. It's another dungeon that looks exactly like this. These are just fucking dipshits. That's not a parfait, but that does look good. Floor's lava, thank you for number 71. Ultimo, thank you for 281s, 381s. Grapes au gratin.
Hamburger poutine.
Shaxford, thank you for the
roast turkey parfait. Cherry parfait.
75 bits.
Cake sausages.
Oh no, cake sausages.
Sandwich bowl.
Sandwich bowl. I don't get to know how much money I made from that battle.
Peanut butter milkshake.
Okay, peanut butter milkshake is good. Oh yeah, look at that. It's a sandwich bowl. Like floor's lava. Oh, peanut butter milkshake. Yes, gimme. That's probably like 3,000 calories though. What about on the second floor? It's still fucking like level 1 enemies that are here just because they move really fast and poison you.
My job is to train you for the fight of your life.
Green herring, thank you for the 20 bits. This might be a problem.
Taco covered in mayonnaise.
Oh, we're dead. Lord's Lava, thank you for the 71 bits. Taco covered in mayonnaise. I saved after I got the thing. Pretty sure. Okay, so it's gonna be best. I think it's gonna work out best to go to the. Oh, they're so sweaty. I like how one of them is an elf. It's gonna make the most sense to go back to the cave where we got the sapphire from Lyle. You go, Jazz. Thank you for the 80 bits.
Meat omelet.
Meat omelet. Probably pretty good, honestly. Because we get like $40 from Svidon. So we're going to want to go back to the
tiramisu.
Oh, no. Not chicken tiramisu. Nico Jazz, thank you for another 80 bits. So it makes the most sense to go back to the cave with the limited encounter set and fight there because it's A, safer, and B, faster. Good. Toxic youth. Oh, you sick. Lord's Lava, thank you for the 71 bits.
Birthday jello.
No! Good. Love the old birthday jello. Oh no, Dave Bahungus. Blom, blom, blom. Chubo, you saw the fucked up stuff that I got it to generate last night, right? Wait, shit. I think I made a mistake. Yeah, the Awooga.
Fried rice.
Oh, fried rice. Doubly fried rice. Excellent. Fried rice, fried this rice. Yeah. Bong, bong. Just so we're clear, chat. Just so we're clear. Not this time. Not this session. We're just going to get set up for it. But next time I play this game, we're literally grinding like 1,000 encounters. Because we're going to get 40,000 Macedas, and we're going to equip Reese with 2 royal needlers. And then we're gonna pass the, I believe the way this works, I'll have to double check, but we're gonna give the royal needlers to Mew and Ren, and their inventories carry over to the next generation. I'm pretty sure. So you can give them items as long as... So we're not going to have those for the final boss of this generation, but we'll keep them for... We'll keep them for the beginning of the next generation. Yeah. So we'll put them into storage. We'll fight the final boss of the... We'll fight the final boss of the whatever. And then we'll do the we'll start the next generation off with, I think every main character can use, right? Every main character can use needlers? Because they're all technically Iraqian men. Wrong way. Oh, what do we got? Oh, Bug Chunius. God. Are they drinking soda named Lewis? I know. They're like, they've poured grease all over the table somehow. Grease. But yeah, we're gonna have to backtrack all this way. So that we fight Svidons in the earlier cave, but in easier encounter formats. Because for some reason, Svidons give you, like, more Masada than much later enemies. So that's another thing this game, like, doesn't quite get right, is, like, the like, difficulty, location difficulty reward set of enemies, you know? That, like, you're not getting enough Masada to matter. It also would have been cool. Like, okay. I also think it's weird that the game uses a unified currency. Everybody deals in Meseta, even these like two factions that have been at war for 1,000 years are both using the same interchangeable currency. Like, it would have been interesting if there were places that were like, hey, we don't take Iraqian money here. So you can use that as a kind of like to separate things that you can buy, and different monsters drop different stuff in different amounts. It might have been irritating, but it also could have been maybe cool, you know? Oh. Look at that texture. That one guy wet his pants, too. And there's like cranberries on the floor. They're mashing cranberries for some reason. Oh, Sonic. Oh no, Sonic. Just drooling grease everywhere. Okay, we gotta check this. We gotta go to the cave, and we gotta see if we can... We gotta see if we're getting, like, consistent encounters there that give us, like, 30 plus. Because we were before. We were before in the island cave. We were getting consistent encounters that were like... Oops. Brand ambassadors. Yeah, so this is the place where we would fight. And with an encounter like this, we kill them easily, we get 29 Meseta. That's so much fucking better than, like, the impossible encounters that were giving us with, like, 35 in the other place. Hey, Crunch Supreme, how's it going? So, like, this is super safe, and it's giving us almost as much money as the most difficult place we can go right now. Sometimes we get these, which gives us 41. So much better. Even those guys give us 12, so... I mean, we don't have to do this grind, right? We don't have to do this particular grind. Oh. Shunas and Chungus. Chubo, will it complain if you add oily to that? Or all oiled up? That might be incompatible with Sonic the Hedgehog. I know this will work. We got... Oh! They certainly are not having a good time. Beavis Sonic, yeah. Holy shit. The other thing I found that like really messed it up was t-shirt eating contest. T-shirt eating contest really messed it up because it absolutely refuses to put the word t-shirt and contest in the same, like, sentence unless it's t-shirt eating contest. Ugh. Love these dudes who poison you. But yeah, this is gonna be the big grind. Maybe we'll just get one Royal Needler. Let's see how they look. Stats-wise. Royal Needler is plus 44 attack. Which is not great. But, like... used by all Iraqian men, so that's all main characters. It bypasses armor, and it's plus 5 speed. That's pretty good. Later swords will completely outclass it, though. Oh! Benvi. I like how the 2D Beavis and Butthead are somehow holding 3D drinks in the real world, despite being flat murals on that wall. I think the Royal Needlers just attack one enemy, but they're long range, technically. Reese! Niall, Ein, Aaron, Aiden, Chris, and Sean. So yeah, it's main characters only for that. It's gonna take a long time to get this. I would normally, maybe that's what we'll do next time. Maybe we'll move this over to does the Mister have fast forward for Genesis? Because maybe we could move the save over and just do fast forward grinding here. But in any case, this is a nice, sizable stream. Hey, Dark Force down there. Hey, Dark Force down there. If the Royal Needler attacks more than one enemy, like, man, I'm gonna be fucking stoked. We could also get a Force Slicer, which would be really good, but we don't have anyone who can use a Force Slicer right now, so I don't know when we would get the first character who can use it. Disgusting. All right, we're gonna. We're gonna save it. I'm gonna wrap up. This has been a good stream. This is the time that I prefer to stream. Oh, Shaxpert, thank you for the to-go order. Please enjoy your
hot dog.
Dumplings hot dog. Oh, God. It's not the best game, but I appreciate what they wanted to do with it, you know? Not the best game, but I appreciate what they wanted to do. So it's like, you know, I think it's going to be fun. I'm going to enjoy playing it. It's not as bad as everybody says. It's all fucked up, but like also it's got charm, I think. I think you can appreciate what they wanted to do. And to be fair, for all the things that Phantasy Star 3 does wrong, it doesn't lock you into like railroad quests. It doesn't dump a whole bunch of fucking dialogue on you. There isn't like a whole bunch of pointless, meaningless dialogue that doesn't serve any purpose and makes all the characters unlikable. Like it's pretty okay, right? It's simple and it's kind of unfinished and not polished, but it doesn't really stray too far from, you know, grind a bunch, get some money, go to the next place, grind a bunch, get some money, go to the next place. And as long as you're not relying on its own guidance, you're looking at a map or something, it's totally fine. Totally fine for that. Sometimes you die randomly to poison. I have no fucking idea what happened there, but, you know. So who are we gonna raid? Who's streaming? Dragon Quest V, Rat Clown Car, Esports, Death Stranding. We're gonna raid Dr. CDCS. Dr. CDCS is playing Wild Arms. Saturday afternoon JRPG. I think that's a, yeah, 2 kingdoms of 10 people hate each other. And they live 4 minutes apart. That is good, yeah. We're going to raid Dr. CDCS. He's doing JRPG Saturday. Perfect transition from one JRPG to another. Give Doc a follow when you get there. Cool dude. Very nice guy. Fun streamer. Fun stuff. So take care, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to be using the Apple IIgs that I've got buried under here somewhere to play Mind Magic 1. Speaking of dreary RPGs. So come back for that. In the meantime, take care, have some big food, play some good games, and I'll see you all again very soon. Good night, everybody.
Food.